Either our last, or probably the second to last, stream of this excellent Dark Souls remaster here on the Overanalyst channel. Been having a great deal of fun with the game so far. It's been great playing Dark Souls 1 again for the first time in ages. And even though the series hasn't pulled in the biggest audience on stream, I hope that anybody catching this as a VOD after the fact, and those of you who have been present here with us, have been enjoying it, because, well, it's nice playing a game that I personally enjoy, and that, I'm kind of experienced with. So, if you recall, when we left off last time, we had freed the merchant, Dusk of Oolacile, from a special crystal golem in a little, like, secret cave in Darkroot Basin, and we needed to do that in order to access the DLC, but apparently we also need to kill, after doing that, now, a second special crystal golem in the Duke's archives, probably in, like, the little crystal garden, I would imagine. We get an item from that, and somehow that allows us to access a portal that will take us to the DLC areas, which I think there's maybe 3 or 4 DLC areas. And the DLC is obviously a bit more linear and intentionally designed than the main game is. Generally speaking, as somebody who's played most of the Dark Souls 2 and 3 DLC, I really like the way this team handles their DLC expansions. They feel very deliberate, they feel very intentional. They're always fun. There he is. They're fun little add-ons that feel like, A, they belong, and B, again, they don't really overstay their welcome. Probably want to throw on Crystal Magic Weapon, just because this guy's going to be a little tankier. And is it me, or is he much bigger than even a normal Golden Golem? Well, maybe not. And their, like, little crystal AoE almost seems like it doesn't have quite the same range as the blue golems. Though that could just be because they're bigger and it appears as such. Ooh! Got him, but not at the cost of a little bit of HP. Oh. Hello, you're not what we came here for, but, good to see you.
Who rescued me? Why, thank you. I am Viegland of Katarina. I don't know how I ended
Oh right, the daughter of the Onion Knight.
Terrible in there, but I could hardly move. I must think
we could only rescue her, I guess, if we weren't hollowed. That's one thing Dark Souls 1 does that I don't think the other two games do quite as much, is they're dependent on you to be in a certain state just to access some NPCs. Have we seen him?
Thank goodness.
Yeah, of course we have.
I knew he was here somewhere. Well then, now I must find him. Once again, truly. Oh, just stay put and keep out of trouble.
You meet several Onion Knights in the series, and they're always just swell folks. Well, okay, we did something good, but we still need to find that pendant. Hold on just a minute. Okay. I'm gonna see exactly where this is, right? Okay, so we're in the wrong area, which is fine. We were able to rescue her, which is important. We can carry on their quest line, which we might do just before either heading into the DLC or completing the game, either or. But apparently this golem is at the entrance to the library, which indicates to me that we were probably supposed to do both, Darkroot Basin and the DLC as a whole a little bit earlier, but that is fine by me. Really, the purpose of this DLC run, since we're nearly done with the game, is A, of course I want to see all this new content for the first time, but also just to have a fun little showcase of all the cool new items and enemies it includes for you guys. We have to remember, despite the fact that we've cleared this area, these crystal soldiers are absolutely no joke. Double that for the archers. Hey, MC. Hope you've had a good day. We're working our way around to that last golem we need. It should be, apparently, at the library entrance. Ah! Okay, okay, we got this. And when they said entrance, they meant it, like, down at the base of this lift, apparently. So, that said, here we go. Durable little fellas, ain't they? Okay. Big old crystal golem. Do the boars respawn? Please tell me the boars don't respawn. They do not respawn. Good. Either that, or they somehow meant the lift in the library that's supposed to take you up to, like, Seath's first boss room. That is, of course, also a possibility. MC says, poor boars. Oh, I'm glad these don't come back. We got the only really special item they have a good chance of dropping, which is the boar fang helm, or fang boar helm. Yeah, severed head. Oh, it's literally its entire head of the fully armored fang boar, taken by the one who killed it as proof of his victory, just as the gods once did with the head of the ancient dragon, as we saw in the Anne Orlando armory. Can be worn on the head as a surprisingly sound piece of protective gear, and it actually looks pretty badass as gear in this game goes. But if we're going to be wearing something other than our mask for now, I'd like to give the disturbing mask of the channeler a little bit of attention. So they just stay bunched up in an area when you lure them. It looks like they don't kind of reset their positions, which is fine. It's fine. It's fine. Fortunately, they leave themselves wide open just like normal hollows would after most attacks. So it's not the worst thing in the world to have to deal with a mob of them. Oh, by the crystal golem, perhaps they mean this one. Because he was not here in the, first game, but we killed him earlier, and he didn't drop anything. Well, maybe he'll drop the pendant now, for whatever reason. Yeah, we can try this. There it is. Good. Thank you very much for that. Okay, guess we just needed to... Well, I don't know why he was here earlier then, but let's have a look at our new toy. It would be here, wouldn't it? Yeah. Broken stone pendant, deeply enchanted. The vine appears to originate from Oolacile, so the same place that our new merchant is from. A powerful magic can be sensed from this ancient stone. Yet men of this time can neither manipulate nor sense its power, which has a distinct air consisting of both reverence and nostalgia. Yeah, so this DLC is going to be doing something kind of interesting. 3 guesses as to where we're going, and the first 2 don't count. while we're down there, tell you what, too, we can... MC says time travel shenanigans. Absolutely. We're going to see what the world looked like during Lord Gwyn's reign proper. So let's see, best place to go for this would still probably just be Firelink and then run on through. MC says don't kill any grandfather. We're probably not going to. We're just going to have to face a couple legendary heroes. And the only bearer of a Lord Soul that does not appear in the main game. And, like, as a bonus boss, there's another, like, super dragon, because of course there is. We'll get all of your spells eventually, bud, don't worry. As he says, hi, I am a time traveler and you have to die. Well, actually, they handled it pretty well because most things in the main game's plot relevant to this little side story are played out as though you've already completed or you've already gone back in time and done everything you're meant to do there. Save one. There's like a couple very minor things that can change, story-wise. Oh, lots of poor folks died here. Probably part of one of those multiplayer fight clubs that are so popular to host in the Burg, if I had to guess. Also, no matter what I do in any of these Souls games, my character always ends up wearing a very unsettling-looking armor set. Like, okay, the mask and all of the, like, occult symbols on and around the armor, those are kind of intimidating. But the fact that this childlike mask is held on over the top of what looks like a black sack with, like, random rope or string, that looks... yeah, that looks pretty Chainsaw Massacre-y. Oh, look at the damage they deal, isn't that adorable? Shame we haven't gotten our hands on any of the katanas in this game, because as it turns out, they're quite good as weapons go. If you're a Dex character anyway, they tend to have the best Dex scaling out of any single weapon type. But there's only a couple of them. And he says, and yet everyone can tell you're an undead. Well, I mean, honestly, I don't think any good, natural, living thing would look like this, but yeah. But, I mean, most cases, too, it's sort of considered, since Lordran is a country that's just gone straight to hell, that most humans here are undead, whether or not they're hollow. Later on in the series, there are, like, entire, like, fully functioning countries made up and ruled entirely by undead to protect and care for each other. We slowly are introduced to the idea that, hey, wait a minute, hollowing might be the actual problem here. Simply being undead and living forever certainly isn't. So maybe there's a way we could, like, retain our effective immortality without eventually losing our minds. That should be the real goal. And in the third game in particular, there's a really interesting group working to do just that. So now back over to the cave where we found Princess Dusk, where we can buy a few spells from her, as well as... MC says this is basically a D&D lich. Minus being evil, yes. Yeah, that's kind of what they're going for. Like, the undead seeking effective immortality in the later games are, I would argue at least, at worst, morally ambiguous, but honestly... oh, not all liches are evil, that's the trick. I was under the impression that, like, at least in the original D&D settings they were. But it's better if they're not. That makes it more complex. Okay. Now, where's Princess Dusk's summon sign? And he says they just tend to become evil because they lose their mind. Oh, then that's a perfect analogy, then. Maybe we can't access her yet because we need to do the DLC first. In the base game, you could just buy spells from her right off the bat, but for reasons that will be evident, we might need to do this first. So we have a massive swirling portal of darkness here. Nothing could possibly go wrong there, right? Just take a look at this and... meet the bearer of the last Lord Soul. And welcome to the Sanctuary Garden. A beautiful, kind of peaceful little area that, if I recall correctly, begins immediately with a pretty difficult boss fight. Now, real quick, gotta check our resistances. Now, what we want here is lightning resistance. Is anything better at blocking that good old lightning? Probably Havel's set, of course. Literally just Havel's set, it looks like. Could have sworn that the Silver Knight armor was better at this, but it turns out not to be, and it turns out the Crystal General's armor is terrible in that regard. So, okay, let's give it the old college try. This is gonna suck. It's one of those beast-type bosses that I tend to do pretty poorly with. Meet the Sanctuary Guardian. It's a chimera. It's very fast. Oh, but it doesn't have that much health compared to the damage we're able to do. So there is that. I wonder if we get anything by severing its tail. I don't think so. The problem is it does not stay in range for long. And it poisons you really easily. Like, really easily. The tail attacks deal insane poison damage. Oh, and then it can start doing that. That's really nasty. Please stop. It's not even flying, it's just kind of galloping through the air like some kind of demented unicorn. So you have non-flagged phases, don't you? Yep. Yeah, little secret between me and you. I kind of hate bosses with this type of design, like just some big raving animal that's just constantly pawing at you. Yeah, I mean, it's really frantic and causes you to have to react quickly. But maybe isn't the most interesting type of fight. At worst, it's just kind of irritating. And like there, it's down. If we had come here earlier and didn't have that kind of durability, it would have run roughshod over us. But oh, we got its soul. That's so nice. Oh, MC says it does have a severable tail. Guardian Tail's a weapon you can get from it. Oh, that's a shame, but also, I have a feeling there's no way in hell I was going to be able to manage that, because unlike the others, it actually kept its tail raised the entire time. Can also be obtained from one of the lesser Sanctuary Guardians if missed. Oh good, there's more. So that's a hell of a way to introduce us to a DLC, isn't it? Not my favorite boss in the game, but I mean, I guess for what it's going for, it's just fine. Let's take a look at its soul. Soul of the white-winged lion sanctuary watchkeeper who dreaded the spread of the abyss. The Guardian exhibited traits of several animals other than lions, suggesting it was no ordinary beast, but rather closer to the beings known as demons. Good stuff. As you can see, the sky here is much lighter and a bit more normal looking, implying that we are back. MC says it's basically a welcome to the new stuff. That and an effective damage gate, or a gate ensuring that players who are underleveled or not quite properly acclimated with the game's mechanics can't throw themselves into what's going to be a harder challenge. So this is Oolacile Sanctuary, and as you see, Oolacile is actually not the most well-kept, but a perfectly nice place. This is back during Gwyn's Age of Light, or Age of Fire, and kind of demonstrates, you know, that things were good, or at the very least manageable, a standard fantasy kingdom for a time. And here we can meet our sort of quest giver, the benevolent mushroom, Saint Elizabeth.
Well, look at this one. From what faraway age hast thou come? Thy scent is very human indeed, but not intolerable. Ah, Princess Dusk's savior. Thine aura is precisely as she described. I thank thee deeply for rescuing Her Highness. The Princess Dusk is here no longer, snatched away by that horrifying primeval human. And so I must ask...
The primeval human is, of course, the thing that dragged us back here.
Thank you. I am Elizabeth, guardian of this sanctuary. Something of a godmother to Princess Dusk. I shall assist thee to my utmost, for I am one with the sorceries of Oolacile.
So she dispenses special items, and also gives us a few unique sorceries.
Ancient beast, and threatens to swallow the whole.
And she says, I know I did too many shrooms today, they're talking now. Well, this guy, or this, I believe implies that the mushroom people were sane and benign once.
The abyss may be unstoppable. Still, I have faith that Princess Dusk may be rescued yet. Thou shalt see if an abyss was begat now.
Right, so the primeval human came to nest in Oolacile, or more specifically, he was awakened, and with him brought a terrible, all-consuming abyss of pure, uncontrolled darkness. And the knight Artorias, one of Lord Gwyn's legendary heroes, I think part of the same like little order as Dragonslayer Ornstein, for instance, came with some of his compatriots to try and contain the abyss, but Artorias hasn't had a great go of it. So she sells a couple pretty nice items. We'll go ahead and grab a couple repair powders just in case there's something here that wears down our rapier. Oh, but she also has a repair spell. Never mind, I thought this was only a thing in later games. You can see she sells sorceries that all have yellow or golden icons and gray scrolls, indicating that they are part of the light-based Oolacile sorceries. We'll take a look at each of these. These are, as I said, mainly multiplayer sorceries, but since they're fairly cheap, we'll also buy them all. The Hidden Weapon, ancient sorcery of the Lost Land of Oolacile, turns your right-hand weapon invisible. Not a simple augmentation, making it dependent on the skill of its caster. An example of the capacity of Oolacile sorceries to control light. Sure. Hidden Body turns you invisible. Although perfect invisibility is unachievable due to the risk of dissipation, the caster need only stand still for a moment to blend into environs with astounding camouflage. Perfect for hiding from those nasty invaders. Cast Light is just that. This light-producing sorcery is elementary, but nonetheless demonstrates the achievements in mysticism of Oolacile. Such magic has not been developed even in Venheim, which is the home to the magic school that, like the magic blacksmith, the apprentice, and Logan all come from. Chameleon's one of my favorite sorceries for evading invaders. Transform into something inconspicuous, so like an environmental or breakable object that is native to the zone you're currently in. It changes for every zone. A separate stealth spell from Hidden Body, a skilled stealth sorcerer must be aware of his or her surroundings, and of which objects are prime candidates for imitation. Finally, the most useful one, Repair. Repair your equipped weapons and armor. This sorcery was part of everyday life in Oolacile. Its effects resemble repair powder, which must have found its way into the culture of this lost land. And she offers a special catalyst. I think originally, in the main game, when we summoned Dusk in, she would sell us all of this. Except maybe, like, the consumables. Sorcery catalyst of the lost land of Oolacile, formed by enchanted white bark branches. The white bark boosts sorcery adjustment, but the sorceries of this lost land are gentle and not affected by intelligence. In other words, I don't think it scales as much as many other catalysts would.
Flames guide thee.
Uh-huh. So first things first, we are going to pop a humanity, because we've got quite a few, and kindle this flame, just because I'm not sure if there's another bonfire that will be accessible before our next boss. And then, should we attune, repair anything? Not yet, not yet. Let's have a look at our new catalyst. Oh, that's, it is literally just a branch. We're actually probably better off sticking with the Izalith catalyst. Now, I did see a couple treasures around here. Right? Yeah, let's see if we can't snatch these. Humanity. Good. That gets us back the one we just burned. Oh, and as we explore around, Oolacile, or the environs, might look just a little bit familiar to you. By which I mean very familiar. Well, let's head out into the world proper, this world of light that's only partially horribly screwed. I love these little, like, natural floral sconces, though. Look familiar? What about those guys? Yep. This, folks, is the Darkroot Garden. Before it was completely overgrown, it was the Kingdom of Oolacile. And here in the Royal Wood, those little shrub golems from the base game are here in their largely original state as little patchwork groundkeepers. They're about as tough as they were previously, but actually have weapons now. Which makes them a sight more dangerous, I would say. And God, look how beautiful this world was back when the Age of Fire was an actual thing. And look who it is. No, we've been invaded. You again! It's that damn pyromancer again. What the hell? This is why I'm not very fond of Dark Souls 1's multiplayer. Dark Souls 2, there's a lot more to it than just invading or helping people. There are... Well, okay, I should say there are the Dragon Disciple duels, but MC says, yeah, I sense that coming. It's... You see what I mean, right? Like, there's probably not a whole lot I could have done to stop that. There's really not. Again, in Dark Souls 2, there are ways of dealing with invaders with specialized PvP builds. No, that mage is not specialized in close combat, actually. They're using Chaos Pyromancies, many of which actually have a medium range. That Firestorm ability she was spamming, I should say, is the same one used by the Witch of Izalith that we fought outside the Bed of Chaos fight, and by the Bed of Chaos itself, and it's about as powerful. More powerful, actually. But in Dark Souls 2, there's a lot of ways, interesting ways, you can deal with intruders like that, even if you don't have an optimized PvP build. And again, that game in particular really improved the multiplayer component by adding a lot of much-needed diversity to the ways in which players can interact with or challenge one another. they also used the same pyromancy we used to take down the Four Kings, Power Within, to drastically buff their damage output by around 40%, I want to say. I've read online it's like around 40%, so it could be a little more, it could be a little less. Oh, you can also notice the Stone Knights are here before they were overgrown, wielding a couple different types of weaponry. Yeah, should have seen that coming. Fortunately, we were able to get that shield up just in time. They're about as durable as they were in the present. They look much cooler, though. Hope we can get one of those hammers as a trophy. You okay there, buddy? So after this, and between this and Dark Souls 2, I'm thinking of playing, well, a collection. It's a duology of games I just got in that are apparently very heavily influenced by, like, Mega Man X, or the Mega Man X series. They're called Azure Striker Gunvolt. I've done a little reading up on, like, just a couple of the stages in the first game to see if it was something that I'd be interested in, and yeah, apparently it looks pretty good to me, so we'll check those out. And then dive into Dark Souls 2, a game I'm incredibly familiar with, way more so than this game. Oh. So I like the way these encounters are set up, just like a more difficult version of analogous encounters in the Darkroot Garden. You've got the big guys trying to actually deal damage, and the little ones just sort of kiting you around. Except these guys are way more aggressive and capable with the hammers than they were with their swords. Oh, and I take it back, they are way more durable, like, oh, jeez, like this. And, like many of my least favorite enemies, they have a lot of either slam attacks or attacks that are counted as slams due to the height differential. And they can do that. And their moveset's actually pretty massive. MC says, I kind of want to see you try out and comment on Thief 1 and 2, especially 2. Oh, got some Twinkling Titanite out of the bargain, though. That's not bad. If I can get really solid, like, consistent PC streaming up, I might add that to my log during some release downtime, definitely. I've played a bit of Thief 1, like I said, a fair bit. I'm not super great at it, but I think they're good games, definitely. So considering the poking stick is not the best weapon in the world against these friggin' things, we're definitely gonna need either our magic weapon or the soul arrow is going to have to just blow them apart. Which, lo and behold, they kinda do. Oh, come on. There we go. At least they got good drops, and pretty regular ones, too. That's, like, the rarest and most useful, upgrade component in the game, so... Oh, here's the little grove, I think, where the mushroom people were. Let's just explore around and see what treasures we can find, because there are a lot of treasures here. Yes? Of course. The way this game works, like with friendly fire, I would kind of expect the big guys' attacks to impact the golems as well, but guess not. At least there don't seem to be just a ton of them out here. The weathered stone knights in Darkroot Garden definitely did travel in packs. Or just kind of lay around in packs, I suppose. Correct? No. There is some serious downtime between, like, the first and second swings there. Throwing knife? Yeah, that was about as effective as I was expecting. Gotcha. So you're gonna take some learning if there's plenty of you, but the little guys aren't bad at all. Oh, look at this beautiful field. Wow. So weird to come through this area and see it with so much color and vibrance, you know? Good stuff. This might be a way forward, or it might be a way to some loot. No, it looks like a way forward, because that is a landing for an elevator. Well, hold on. There is still loot, though. Guardian gauntlets. What's the deal with these? Guardian gauntlets of the Stone Knights, guardians of the Forest Sanctuary. The Stone Knights are golems animated by magic, and their enchanted gauntlets are oppressively heavy. They certainly are that, but they're also very good. So we can equip them for now. They won't weigh us down or anything, or slow us down any more than we already have been. Nothing around here? Okay, so I guess we've got to go through the flower field. Now, I don't think there's a boss of the Royal Wood per se. Our real goal is to get across the way and into Oolacile Township, which is where most of the prize fights are gonna be. So it's interesting, the Stone Knights actually have two different armor sets. The ones in the base game have what I believe is just called a Stone Knight armor. And here we've got Guardian armor. Whoop, hold on. Not a good time for my headphones to start falling off. We are actually gonna see if we can't kind of work around him, because I want to save these soul arrows for... Jesus! They got a pretty comfy aggro range on them, don't they? Fortunately, they face plant more often than they actually seem to get attacks off, so... And I mean, I'm sure, yes, that dive is an attack, but... Okay, sir, well, with you over here, I can go see what that loot was you were guarding. Maybe another piece of the armor set? Okay. Yep. Leggings. Now those probably are too heavy for us, as we are. Fortunately, they're not... Sorry, having to readjust my headphones after they nearly went toppling right off the back of my head. They're not super fast. Faster than the ones who were in Darkroot Garden, but... we can still outrun them pretty easily if we need to, which seems like it just might be the way to go for now. Alright, so from here, we're good, I suppose, to just traipse on over across the bridge. Hello, bonus boss. Hello, see you in a very, very long time. That was Calamity, the black dragon. We're gonna have to do quite a bit of work to actually fight it. Oh, come on. There we go. No, 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 no. You can already see, like, the effects of the abyss evident on the ground all around us. That's a very nice touch, I think. Oh, jeez. You have shears. Shears that cause bleed. That's hilarious, actually. Did our pursuer just walk off the cliff? That's nice. That's handy. Oh, collecting all the loot in this area is gonna be hell, isn't it? It's just like regular Darkroot Garden. It's so sprawling, only it seems like, thanks to the effects of the Abyss, the ground has been broken up even more. Oh, seriously, look at that. And at some point, we're gonna have to go down into all that. Fun. Another piece of the Guardian set over here? Oh no, just some money. Fair amount of money, not a ton, but we'll take it. You can see over there, it looks like that tower has just been broken in half by Abyssal energy. That, I believe, is one of our goals. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, yes, you do. You're gonna get away. No, you're not. We got you while you were in the middle of fading out. Nice. Green Titanite. Good stuff. Oh, God, two of them. No, 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 no. Okay, I'll take you guys on. You don't terrify me with all of your crazy cleave attacks. Bloomin' purple moss. That's pretty good, actually. Now, I did see one more little glowing treasure over yonder, I think, right? Like over here? Over there, I should say, on the opposite ledge. Either that or another one of those Titanite lizards. Either way, I want to thoroughly clear this area out, or at least as much as I can manage before carrying on. Because something tells me, as beautiful as the Royal Wood is, this is not an area we want to spend just an abundance of our time. Can we not go back? Or, yes we can, we just have to go over and around. Right. Maybe? Hopefully? Oh, hell. No, we go around that way, like, past the giant knights that were trying to kill me. Right. That makes sense. Ow. I hate these guys so much. You wouldn't be interested in casually, like, just trotting off of a cliff, would you? I got some kind of abyss crystals there. Oh, God. I know we're kiting, like, every single gardener here, but they're not really a threat. The big guys are. See, like, there's these two, the elite model, already down. Oh, could this be the treasure we saw? Or some of it, at least. Money. Okay. Let's go get the stuff over there first. I can hear some kind of rumbling or roiling in the background, and oh, look at them all just bunched up. Okay. What kind of moss did this guy drop? And he says gardeners, the enemy of plants. What does it mean then that the ones here are plants? The Hanged Man? You friggin' kidding me? We've got lots of invaders who are like role-playing now. No. No. There was a pit there? Oh, dude, are you kidding? Okay. Hold on, didn't we kindle this thing? Shouldn't it be giving us more Estus than we have? MC says, good job, game. Yeah, that... So, I'm kind of torn. On the one hand, yes, it's the kind of thing you probably should expect at this point, but on the other hand, it feels a little cheap. Like, just a little... And now all those guys are going to be back. Fortunately, we're not going to have to fight them all, far from it. It is probably very stupid of me to insist on... MC says it feels super cheap. If only because we aren't taught to look out for that in the same area earlier on. Yeah, a little bit. The other games are a bit better at telegraphing pits, or pit traps like that. Or teaching you very early on that, hey, this is a thing you need to watch for. I guess the closest analog this game has is like that dead drop behind a treasure or in front of a treasure in the depths. So it's not like there's no precedent, there's just not much of one. Oh, wrong way. Oh dear. Jesus! Okay, so kind of a plus to their mechanical design. They are fast as hell. Okay. We're now back to the Abyss. We can see our poor, poor souls right over there. I kind of like these guys as basic foot soldiers for an area, actually. Oh god, one of you followed me. How? What the... Okay, enemies in this area are just a little too relentless in their pursuit, I will say that. And I'm waiting on that big old knight to come tumbling right over the edge there. It's a weird place to put our souls when we didn't die over here, but alright. Are you kidding me? Looks like he's going home, at least. Oh, and there is no other way to that prize, is there? Ah, hell. Okay, let's see if we can remember how to do this. Can we even make that gap, though? Looks like just barely. Well, we'll give it one more go, and hey, just for fun, Ring of Sacrifice, because it's not like we've used one of these for anything. Or like we need them for anything else. Yeah! There we go, what do we got now? Oh, another piece of the Guardian set, that's pretty nice. That feels worth it. Guardian set's really good, but it weighs a lot. So tell you what, we're going to drop the Claranthe ring and put on Havel's ring. And we will wear the Guardian torso once we get it. The mask is just too good. It synergizes with our shield way too well to drop. Oh, I see more treasure in the distance. Notice you can hear, like, the rumbling and roiling, presumably of the abyss below us. That's a really nice touch. Here's that treasure we saw. And it is... Guardian armor, yes! Not to be confused with the memorable, yet non-threatening guard armor boss from Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, hell, we can wear that. It's a little bit worse against fire, but who cares? Check us out. We look just as terrifying thanks to the mask, but that armor set actually looks really, really nice. Oh no, you don't. Stop running. Did you really harm one of your own? As far as you know. Gonna take that as a yes. Got some titan. Yay! Dropped the axe for us. That's cool. And oh, I love ragdolls in this game. We just threw like a 1,000-pound stone golem off a cliff. Oh, some of Goff's great arrows. Those are pretty nifty. Let's have a look-see, shall we? Where are your arrows kept? Ah, over here. Great arrow used by Hawkeye Goff, one of Lord Gwyn's 4 knights, for dragon slaying. Requires a great bow. Goff personally crafts each stone tip and wraps the shaft tightly with tree bark. I'm sure there's a wrapping the shaft joke there, but I'm too good to make it. So, tricky as this area was to navigate, it was also quite a bit of fun, and we got a really good, if cumbersome, armor set out of it that I'm sure is going to be really useful for us in the fights up ahead. Oh, almost missed this. Elizabeth's Mushroom. That is actually an item from games later in the series, or present in at least Dark Souls 2, I want to say, probably Dark Souls 3 as well. And it simply greatly restores each HP over a short period of time. Large medicinal mushroom of Elizabeth, Keeper of the Sanctuary. Eating it invigorates the flesh and greatly restores HP. Its dramatic effect can make the difference between a warrior's life and death. Yes, they are very, very good regenerative items. Meaning we will keep them in our back pocket for only the gravest situations, like, say, the bonus boss of this DLC, Black Dragon Calamity. I kind of love Oolacile because instead of Gwyn's kind of Western European dark fantasy Lordren, it looks like a fairy tale kingdom gone horribly, horribly wrong due to the effects of the Abyss and probably Lord Gwyn's knights. Elevator, this is going to take us down to the... Yep. And see, this is a magic lift. Powered by straight sorcery, though, unlike the ones in the Demon Ruins and Lost Izalith, which were powered by pyromancy. Oh, hell. This is not ideal. Why does everything have such an insane, like, aggro or, follow range in this game? Or, not this game, I'm sorry, this stage. Like, this is patently ridiculous. Well, looks like we're gonna be taking the long way around once again. No. No, oh! Oh, this is a new area. I'm sorry. That was a good thing. And there's a merchant over here.
Let me guess. Snatched by a shadowy limb and dragged off to the pass. Yes, of course. Exactly what happened to me. We are both strangers in this strange
I absolutely
land.
love his armor.
At least now there are two of us. Did you happen across Knight Artorias? The legendary Abyss Walker from the old...
He's in there, I believe.
Well, if you haven't, it's just as well. He's a colorless sort, if you ask me. So, what did that giant mushroom make you do? Not that I care. It's none of my business.
Totally trustworthy merchant right here.
I've little to talk about, really. Oh, you know me. What do I know?
Okay. That's all he's got. What do you sell, though, sir? Lots of just standard items, it looks like. Okay.
So long.
We should run into him again at some point. Before we enter the fog gate... Oh, this is the shortcut elevator, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay, so we are going to go back to Oolacile Sanctuary, top off our Estus flasks, and then come back here, because, trust me, kids, the boss fight waiting for us down there is no joke. Even though it seems like we're probably a little over-leveled for this area, still gonna be kind of tricky. Because it is our Berserk-loving game director's most direct homage to Berserk. and also an absolute favorite of those Dark Souls 1 diehards. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a cool character, it's a cool fight, but, especially in Dark Souls 3, the amount of fan service based around this one character and encounter is just it's a little heavy. Sure, let's go ahead and pick up one more level. How about a little bit more endurance? Yeah, let's get that up to 30 now. And gee, folks, if we keep moving at this clip, and yeah, just looking at my clock here, we actually have an outside chance of beating this game today if we don't go back for, like, all the miscellaneous loot we missed in places like Poop City or other such areas. And trust me, there's a lot of it just because there's so much in this game. Like, there's one more encounter with Rhea that will give you a special talisman if you buy absolutely all of her miracles in the church and kill Petrus to prevent him from killing her. There's a lot to do. If we're a forest hunter, we can go to Poop City and buy, like, a 10-foot long katana from Shiva. Right, so loot. There's a couple pieces of it around here, I think. One of them by the entryway, yeah. Yeah. So I take that back. There is a boss in the Royal Wood. Soul of the Brave Warrior. That is the way to get to Calamite's boss fight, I think, which we cannot win, or would have a hell of a time winning right now. As Calamite is a dragon, and can fly, of course. No, we want to get over there first. That's Oolacile. I think. But first... be wary of Master. Can't take this. Yeah, this is a fan favorite. Oh, that's just a player. Never mind. Hold on, is this an illusory wall? Nah. Alright, kids. Get ready. Here he is, the man of the hour. That's an Abyssal creature, and that is Knight Artorias. Corrupted by the Abyss, but still retaining just enough of his sanity to give us a proper thrashing. I do really dig his armor. And the fact that he's, aside from the Four Kings, one of the only dark-aligned bosses we've fought so far. Yeah, so for most of the fight, he wields that sword one-handed. Because, his other one is not doing super great. So he's got more HP than the Chimera. Could probably have expected that. And he seems to deal a ton of damage. And he's also very, very fast. Phase 2. Ooh. You may notice that he uses some of the same moves that his pet Sif did in the present. Jesus! Okay, so that's the kind of move we want to kite. Or we want to draw out, anyway. He went straight through my shield. There was not just no stamina damage, it just pierced the shield. Holy hell. This is not what I was expecting, given the challenge the Sanctuary Keeper gave us. So how on earth are we gonna manage this? It's pretty clear that, generally speaking, what we want to do is draw him into using those big leaping moves like the flip and the just straight up dive that leave him largely vulnerable. Because in close quarters, he can just run roughshod over us. It feels, just going off of that one attempt now, I've no idea how I'll feel about it at the other end. Especially since his defenses get a pretty serious buff once he loses it. He might have a bit too much health for what they're going for with this fight. Especially since we're, like, effectively an in-game character. End-game, rather. Which is a problem some of the Dark Souls 2 DLC bosses have. They feel just a little damage spongy. But other than that, it looks like a really good, decently challenging fight. Now, hold on, what do you sell again? Okay. Thought there might be something there that would give us a hint as to what kind of damage he's weak to. Probably fire, but, well, we got what we got. Jeez, and that's if you're rolling when it comes out. Okay, so he gains the consecutive flips, I guess, as we drain his health. And he roars. Oh god, here it comes. Look at the damage we do, though. It's nothing. Okay, so we can dodge the thrust now. That's good. Just one that time? Oh, what the hell is he doing? Again? Oh no. Okay, so clearly we want to keep you at range, don't we? Punish with a single thrust and retreat. God, I feel like I'm trying to poke a tank to death with a box cutter. And remember, ew, this is after he's lost most of his power. If it was this guy instead of Ornstein in the Anne Orlando boss fight, we would have been straight screwed. Jesus, man, again? How many phases do you have? Or maybe they're not different phases, and they're like... it's an upgrade he has to constantly top off, a bit like my buffs. 1, 2... Just 2? 1, 2, 3. Poke. Yeah. We know the drill. Oh, God! And it was like a perfect fight up till then. Jesus Christ, man. That's with really strong armor, too. I don't entirely know how I feel about that, if I'm being honest. Like, my health was totally full. We learned him. We got the fight down, by and large. It's, like, really tough. But there's clear openings where you can punish certain, like, really high damage attacks. I like that. It's fast, it's frenetic, you gotta manage your stamina well. I'm all about that. But the idea that he can kill you very easily with a single standard attack is not something I'm super fond of. I really don't think that's a good idea. Oh, for God's sake. So yeah, I don't know. I like this fight, honestly, but just Artorias' damage output alone feels a little excessive. Like, if it was toned down just a bit, it'd be perfect, I think. But as it is, yeah, I really don't know. Didn't get my thrust in. Now he deals way less damage before he charges up. I can tell you that. I wish there was like some kind of way to consistently stop him from doing so. Is he also a bit faster without the darkness? Or more responsive to, like, what we're doing? Oh! He also uses his standard attacks way more frequently before he charges up. Here we go. Thoughts on this fight, MC? One, two, You're not doing 3 yet, right? No. We're a few charges away from that. Oh! 1. Oh, just 1? Okay. I agree with you, I think it's a really good fight. I think he deals entirely too much damage, but the fight itself, his moveset, all of that, in atmosphere, music, all that's great. Come on, don't you have a lot of moves I can, like, pretty easily punish, even though they're high risk, high reward? Isn't that, like, your thing? Come on, big guy. Wait! Did the buff wear off? My god, it did. So he wasn't continually charging up. He was re-upping the same buff. Hell is that? 1, 2... 3. Just 3. Okay. Hell was that? I know this is not the world's most entertaining strategy, but it has the best chance of getting us out of here. Halfway there, I mean, hey. He seems to have entirely dropped his more advanced techniques, though. There it is. That's the one I wanted. Well, not really, but that's the one I can work with. Okay. One, 2, 3. Now visually this fight is amazing. One, 2, just 2? Just doing 2 now? Oh. So the range on the thrust isn't quite as bad as it seemed. Enjoy! Ha! 1. Oop! No, 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 no. His good arm is very, very good with that sword. Or should I say whatever's controlling him is. Because it's clear that he's kind of just being slung around like a puppet through this whole fight. Which actually may imply that whatever this is stronger than Artorias. Yep, there he goes. One, 2. No third one, though. One. Oh. One, two. So the... Oh, here it goes again. Come on. Oh. So we got the dodge timing just right for that, then. Whew. I would like to stay away from the walls, thank you, sir. This is a huge step up from the Sanctuary Keeper, though. Which, I mean, is what you'd expect, but... Ow. Not this dramatically. Ow. One. Ooh. One. No! 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 God damn it! Once he says maybe he takes harder movesets based on the damage throughout, he doesn't, actually. It looks like that's just a buff. Again, he deals too much damage for something that agile. I would say, with this caveat, compared to the difficulty of everything else in this area. Like, if we were not an in-game character and had come here when we could take the Sanctuary Guardian, he would feel impossible. But, like, with that one caveat, it's a really good fight. He also has a bit too much health, I'd say. Like if we just tweaked his stats a little bit to make it feel like less of a damage sponge boss, or make it to where he deals slightly less damage, then it'd be golden, I think. As it is, it's still really, really close to an ideal fight, so... Good job, devs. Ugh. Fortunately, I know for a fact the other bosses don't work quite like that. This is like the only crazy duel fight in the DLC. Try something a little different this time. Is that the only resin we have? Do we not have any charcoal resin? Huh. Interesting. Well... might as well give it a try. We've got a strategy that works. Ow. So there is absolutely nothing that determines what number of flips he does in that attack, except I think he doesn't do 3 until he charges up for the first time. I think. Ow, rude. So, just so you know, his special weapon, it's his sword, of course, gives you a unique moveset, and guess what the strong attack is? Flip, flip, flip. I know this largely because his sword, the same exact sword, reappears in future games. Just one. We can take the handfuls of sludge to the face. They don't deal much damage, it looks like. Whew. Ooh. Maybe he can stack this buff, because sometimes he uses it while it looks like the Abyssal aura is still active. That is so bad. I wish we had a totally reliable way to dodge that, but we do not. Not yet, anyway. 1, 2... Just 2. Hell is that? Okay. This actually reminds me a lot of one of my favorite fights in the entire series, probably my favorite fight in the series, the Fume Knight from Dark Souls 2. Fume Knight wasn't quite as unforgiving, but close. Oof. Really gotta stop trying to punish his regular attacks, even though I'm trying my best to learn them. Well, I could definitely see what all the hype was about for this boss. It is really well designed. Yep, there MC says I see what was missing from this fight. Sif? Oh, no way. No way. I do think it's really cool how she uses, like, a simplified version of his moveset, though. Dude, I could see why Gwyn kept you on the payroll. For the record, Artorias is a much, much better fighter than Gwyn is. That's what we wanted to see. Yeah, baby. Oh, he's not roaring, he's howling. One. Just one. Ooh. You're not as frightening without the dark aura. Yeah, he deals way less damage without the buff. To the point where meleeing him, or staying in melee range, might even be viable once we learn more of his attacks. Ow. One. How did anything ever manage to kill you in the first place? One. Come on, just give me a 3-hit combo. Or a 3-flip combo. And the thrust. And I can deal with you. Ow. Gotcha! Yeah, it's all about pressing the attack whenever the aura is inactive. We got his black soul, and made our way into Oolacile. MC says, Sif helping you at the midpoint, putting their master to rest. Well, the DLC ain't over yet. Also note, Artorias was a sword and shield user, MC says. He used his shield to protect Sif, so he's a mad lad with that big knife. Yes, he is. Spoiler, we're actually going to run into Sif in a little bit. And if we play our cards right, Sif can actually help us against the Dark Lord, the Lord of the Dark Soul. And GG, thank you very much, MC. That was... Okay, since this is my first time experiencing that fight, I want to take a minute to kind of digest this and break it down. I'm actually going to retract what I said about him having too great a damage output, because it's increased dramatically while the Dark Aura is active. I actually think this is a near-perfect fight insofar as what they were going for. Because, well, okay. No, sorry, I'll only partially walk that back, because it's pretty clear that you're intended to tackle this DLC a bit earlier in the game than we did. And I think for players at that level, especially, like, players emphasizing magic, his damage output might be just a bit too much relative to everything else around here. That said, it's a really cool fight because he's got what at first appears to, in good old Dark Souls fashion, be this sprawling, intimidating moveset that's way too huge and too complex to master. But it turns out that the timings for rolling through most of his big, damaging slashes is not too bad to get down, like with those big slams or the sweeping cuts from side to side. I was able to get those down inside of a couple of tries, which made me feel really, really good, you know, about myself and about the way the fight was going. And the timing for punishing the thrusts and the flips is really easy to get down, I would say. Like, if I'm able to do it, there's no way in hell that you wouldn't be able to, because spoiler alert, I'm not very good at these kinds of games. I'm not very good at games in general. But the one thing I was not able to learn was the stab, the, like, leaping stab. I have a feeling that you're supposed to, like, run and do, like, a running jump beneath him. MC says, who needs cinematics when you have good fights? I agree. I love a good story. I love top right cutscenes. But, says stares at modern games. Really, I'm really upset with the way that, like, the boss fight seems to have died in so many, like, modern AAA games, or even the ones that do have them, like the otherwise fantastic Marvel's Spider-Man by Insomniac Games, that's one of my favorite games of this console generation. I adore it. Has some pretty crap boss fights aside from 2 or 3. Because they don't quote-unquote matter, right? But this was really well done. I love the mechanic whereby, I could be thinking about this all wrong. Maybe you're just supposed to be really good and stay, like, right up on him no matter what. But you're supposed to kind of wear him down when he poses little threat in his unenhanced state, and then try to play it safe and kite out those easily punishable but really damaging moves when he's buffed, which I think he actually starts breaking out more often when he's buffed. MC says boss should make you feel something, awe or despair or anything. Well, to be fair, a lot of them in Spider-Man are really cool from a story or cinematic perspective, just mechanically they're not that interesting. This, MC says here this is awe. Well, for me this feels like triumph, right? Like you're fighting something that no way in hell should you be able to take down. Like, that from that first fight, it was made clear to me, like, oh, this is gonna be really hard. But we took him. And we're gonna be seeing a lot of these guys in the future. I wanna go see if the merchant, Marvelous Chester, has anything else to say. If he's still out there. Yep.
For Juniper's sake, put some spring into your step.
Okay, he's probably talking about the fact that we're hollowed.
Did you really slay Knight Artorias? I'd heard the Abyss found him first, but even still, that's absolutely treacherous. Yes, magnificently so. Believe it or not, Oolacile has brought the Abyss upon itself, fooled by that toothy serpent. They upturned the grave of primeval man and incited his ornery wrath. What could they have been?
In other words, Darkstalker Koth talked them into digging up the Dark Lord's grave, and in so doing, probably accidentally, like, seriously pissed off whatever remained of him, and brought the Abyss springing forth from his grave. So again, this DLC is a good lesson as to what could possibly happen if the Age of Dark doesn't go as planned, or if the darkness is improperly used. Speaking of, let's break out old Artorias' soul, blackened by the darkness as it is, victim of the Abyss. Soul of Lord Gwyn's knight Artorias, who was consumed by the Abyss. The legend that Artorias repelled the Abyss only told half the story. It seems that he was defeated, and his honor preserved by some unsung hero, who's the true victor over the Abyss. Damn straight. Yeah, so I was honestly expecting to go into that fight thinking it'd be overhyped, and the fact that it's held up as, like, the best fight, and the best character, and the best armor set by some folks in the fandom, Yeah, I think that's largely undeserved. It's a good one. It's not the best one. It's really, really good. MC said, did Koth attempt to precipitate the Age of Darkness? That's the idea. Yeah, he's doing literally anything he can to call forth the Age of Dark. Whether it's disturbing the primeval human's grave, whether it's patronizing the dark wraiths, he'll do anything. Though we do get more and more information later in the series to indicate that this is not a foregone conclusion of, like, the Age of Darkness. The Age of Dark, if allowed to proceed naturally, would not be this monstrous, would not be this horrific. The same way that at first Lord Gwyn's Age of Light, or Age of Fire, I'm sorry, I keep getting the terms confused, was not like this weird dark fantasy hellscape where everything was trying to kill everybody. Have no idea what this is. Enter the gazebo? We got the purple coward's crystal. Battle of Stoicism Gazebo. Is this like a multiplayer arena or something? I thought those were added for the first time in Dark Souls 2. The hell? Battle of Stoicism. Exit battles. Yeah. Victory in this battle once led to ancient Anor Londo, but even in the absence of its overseer, capitulation is a disgrace. In the name of a warrior's honor, do not quickly resort to use of this crystal. So yeah, this is a way to enter various multiplayer arenas. Nice. Earn consecutive wins to be etched in the plaque of legends. Warrior with the most kills receives a great crown. Right. That's interesting. That's really interesting. So, similar multiplayer arenas tied directly to Covenant progress can be found in Dark Souls 2, and there's one in Dark Souls 3. MC says, in a sense, Gwyn precipitated the Age of Light and committed a lot of atrocities in its process. Neither light or darkness is good or bad. That's the general gist here. Yeah, they're both just... The unnatural is... not so much that either. The idea here seems to be that, both of these elements, so to speak, are just that. They are foci, sources of power to be used or abused by those with the ability to manipulate them. And just how Gwyn used the light for a lot of good things earlier in his reign. And Gwendolyn sought to. And Guinevere does, and Solaire does. Just as easily, the light can be abused. And same difference, or same deal with the darkness. Oh, once we get a key to go in there, though, we can actually meet one of Artorias' buddies. The multiplayer arenas in Dark Souls 2 are actually a fair bit of fun, and this is coming from somebody who sucks at the multiplayer in these games. Well, save for one very specific type of multiplayer we'll be showing off quite a lot in Dark Souls 2. Can we get us another level? Yes, we can. One more. MC says power is not inherently evil, but often corrupts. Or in this case, there's just a lot of poor folks who, yeah, have no idea how to use the power they have. Think of, it's not the way it's intended to come across, but it's the way it does. The dichotomy between light and darkness in the Kingdom Hearts series, for instance. Oh, and as you can see, Oolacile has just been largely swallowed up by the Abyss, and hello. Power without ethics. Yeah, sure, power without ethics or the knowledge requisite to use it responsibly. Here we go. More money. And here we can see a lot of these bloathead little dark thralls. This is your mind on darkness. Oh, they drop quite a few souls, don't they? They look, or those growths look almost botanical, right? I have no idea where the illusory walls here are, if there are any. So we'll just keep an eye out for any messages indicating... Oh. You know, it would be great if this is just what the people of Oolacile looked like, and all the Abyss did was drive them mad. Like, this is totally normal for them. The princess actually married into the royal family. She's from another place. This is just what Oolacile was like. That is a hexer. Yeah, you use my favorite kind of magic. Or did. MC says plant brain all of them. Well, actually, we'll see this shortly, if we can find it, that is. But there's a certain item that suggests all of their heads are hollow. Literally empty. Item ahead. Okay. Clearly, the closer we get to the Abyss, the darker it gets. Do we go down here, I guess? Ooh, that is a very powerful hex they're casting. Okay, wow, yeah, this deals a ton of damage. There's a very similar sorcery in Dark Souls 2 that deals a fraction of the damage. So I just was not used to that. Empty, empty. Are you a mimic? No. What are you, then? There it is! Oh, so cool! So, we'll take a look at that once we hit a proper checkpoint. But this is actually the first of what would in Dark Souls 2 become its own distinct school of magic, and easily my favorite. I'm sure in this game it's just a certain special type of pyromancy or what have you. But in Dark Souls 2, they are referred to as hexes. Oh, it's like a little item that emits sound when you drop it. MC says dark magic? Oh yes. Hexes are the most difficult types of spells to use. They're also often highly situational, but in my opinion they're also the most fun and sometimes most effective to play about with because they are insanely effective if executed correctly. Dark Orb, for instance, is just a more powerful, in many instances, version of Soul Arrow or the Flame Orb pyromancy. Let there be light. Am I gonna need to produce the Skull Lantern or something? I think I remember something about this from, like, a playthrough or something. Yeah! It's a secret door that only opens for the Skull Lantern. Where did you come from? Did we ever see what the effigy shield did? Defends against occult weapons and lightning. In an ill-fated plot to destroy the very gods, the followers of the occult once attempted to steal the power of Gravelord Nito, first of the dead. So pinwheels, folks. Okay. The Sanctus actually slowly regenerates HP, which is interesting. Have we ever even seen what it looks like? Oh, we need more faith to use it properly, but god, that's a cool looking shield. Nothing there, okay. What you got for us? The silver pendant, which is deflects darkness. Silver pendant engraved with the crest of Artorias, one of the ancient treasures of Anor Londo, presented to Artorias for facing the Abyss. Effectively deflects the dark of the Abyss, especially in its magic forms. So this is some kind of item. I think I've read about this before, actually. Like, it generates an aura temporarily that'll keep you safe. Well, we will go ahead and throw that down. Oh no, it gives you a special variant of the Wrath of the Gods miracle. Please tell me I'm not expected to jump that. Oh god, I'm expected to jump that. Well, we don't have too many souls. I will say on the whole, thus far, Oolacile is actually not as tricky to navigate or fight our way through as the Royal Wood was. And I know for a fact there's technically no boss here. I think there's a couple mini-bosses. But we're not going to be fighting a proper boss until the end of the DLC, technically. Well, let's give this the old college try. Yikes. And once more. Good stuff. Oh, let's try out our new pendant here. If we can get the timing down. Oh, it like stuns them. Gotta get the timing down. Those travel really fast. The dark orbs I'm used to, decidedly do not. Is this one glowing, or do they all just do that in low light conditions? It didn't seem any more resilient. So the standard ones are effectively helpless. It's the casters we have to worry about. Have we been invaded by? Ashen Weeb. You goddamn kidding me? Well, let's see what's over here before we get killed. Garbage. Literal garbage. Good. Where on earth are they? Hello? Oh, they were waiting for us, huh? This does not bode well. Is that the server they're using? Oh. Okay, so you got plenty of health. Okay, so lag is in... Well, it's messing with both of us once again. No! Jesus! That was a pivot backstab, wasn't it? Gotcha! That felt good. No weeaboos in my lands. Oh, we're actually getting closer to the Oolacile, or the exit of Oolacile, I believe. MC says he was a fair player. He really was. He was. He was powerful, but not, like, overwhelmingly so, and, wasn't using any kind of exploits. Felt really good to, like, just vanquish one of these invaders after we've been harassed by them so many times, but, that was a good one. That was a good one. It was challenging without just being ridiculous. Fair play, Ashen Weeb, is a thing I just said. Hello, Mimic. Yeah, that was just a little too conspicuous for me. Going to just pretend I figured that out rather than I anxiously flail at every single chest I see. What do you have? Oh, just another one of those carvings. Okay. Fair play. This is supposed to happen. The merchant invades us now. This bit is, like, standard NPC stuff, though. He's using a repeating crossbow, I believe. He's got a totally unique moveset, wow. Sweep the leg, Marvelous Chester. Please tell me you dropped some of that sweet armor. No? Oh, pity. Oh, and look, it's right where we left off. Or jumped off, I should say. That was an interesting fight. He used a reloading or a repeating crossbow called, I think, the Evelyn? I love the little, like, sweep kick he did, though. Dealt surprising damage for an unarmored, or an unarmed attack. MC says carvings act as voice chat items. Oh, I know. I'm aware. There's a handful of them, and they reappear later in the series. In Dark Souls 2, at least, maybe? I think they're, like, sold by a merchant there or something. Just to show you what one does. They're like a favorite of, big NPC, or... Sounds like the Smash Brothers announcer on Lidocaine, but, Novocaine, I'm sorry. They're a big favorite of, multiplayer folks who either want to taunt their opponents in duels or communicate basic ideas to co-op partners and don't have voice chat. If they don't have voice chat, I should say. So I really like the enemies here. Oh, Green Titanite. That's the one that upgrades our Blessed gear, right? Is this going to be another... Hold on. Oh, it sounded almost like something was approaching us. It's gonna be another whip out your skull lantern thing. No. Just looks very conspicuous, doesn't it? This, like, empty archway, or alcove. Come on. Roll up, roll up. I believe that was the princess we could hear screaming. She's fine. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Up and around, perhaps? It's like Poop City without all the toxin. Oh, so we can backstab those guys, it's just kind of hard to do. Alright. Fair play. A lot to explore in this area. Try light? Okay. Might actually temporarily replace the catalyst with our lantern then, if there's going to be several of these. Or we could use, of course, the sorcery, right? That Elizabeth sold us. Hey, nice. Not a mimic? No. Are you kidding me? Again? NC says this is a popular area, it seems. I guess so. I didn't know too much about the DLC beforehand, especially how it stood as a multiplayer area, so this is just ridiculous. Oh no. Oh, they're a blade of the dark moon. Oh, that's very bad. They invaded us because I killed Gwendolyn. What the hell? And of course, taunt me. Yeah, that's real nice. So Dark Souls 1, magic builds that just eviscerate you with a single spell, no matter like how powerful you are, seem to be very popular. Oh my god. If I would've gotten a backstab off on that guy, it would've killed him in one go. Sorry, it frustrates me that I'm so bad at this game's multiplayer. And I'm constantly getting invaded, way more so than I did during my initial playthrough, back when the game was still, like, you know, a big thing. Okay, so you drop regular Titanite. No! MC says less people, more invader occurrence. Well, yes, but I don't know. I don't feel like I've been doing that badly in these fights, right? Like there's some obvious mistake I've been making. It's just like these are specialized builds. They have to be. MC says, now you're just facing trained PvP, but the first time they spelled it PCP, which I think is also applicable, perhaps. I am not reversing our hollowing again until we're through the cathedral, because this is ridiculous. Now, I could tell you for a fact, the last area of the DLC is probably not a huge PvP location. There's no way. It's a nightmare to navigate, I'm pretty sure, for anybody. MC says, I'm not aware of the PCP terminology. It's a drug. It's like a really, really hard drug. In and around the States, anyway. It's like a very powerful, I don't know for certain, hallucinogen, maybe? Now, before we were so rudely interrupted, MC says kids these days invent many words for drugs. That they do, though I think PCP is actually like, an acronym for its actual scientific name. Oh, right, there was one of you up there. In my days it was booze and cigs. Yeah, and I never really was into or have been around or done any of that, so I'm more ignorant than most. That's one area where I'll be perfectly happy to claim ignorance, however. More Titanite? Phencyclidine, yeah. That's it. I remember you can find videos of like Stuart Ashen's, Dr. Ashen's, this guy, hilarious guy who reviews knockoff, lots of knockoff toys and other products that are kind of funny or like weird food items from around the world on YouTube. He had this one series where he would look at specifically knockoff PSPs, and one of them somehow was called the PCP station. And of course it was just, you know, terrible, but... And so he says, I touched alcohol and ended up puking most of the times, my body just rejecting it, the rest never touched. Well, good for you. I think, yeah, the only time I've ever drank, or the closest I've ever come to any of that, is my parents forcing me to share a glass of wine with them one semester to celebrate, like, perfect grades or something. So, you know, I know how to get down. So if you recall that sin mechanic I told you guys about that determines the frequency with which you can get invaded by Dark Moon Blades or other vengeful invaders, if you kill Gwendolyn or attack the illusion of Guinevere, both of which we've done, in addition to a few other things, it spikes through the roof. So that would also explain why we're being invaded more frequently. Oh, you're a mimic too, are you? Well, hold on. We have ways of dealing with you guys. There we go. Right. Uh-huh. Let's try that again. Uh-huh. Oh, that one didn't even get up. Nice. Another carving? Oh, the crest key. Oh, is this going to unlock the tower? Bent crest key. The grooves of the crest are enchanted, the door sealed with a powerful spell. So that's going to be needed either to progress or to open up the watchtower that Artorias' friend is at the top of. Is this going to take us, yeah, to the hexers overlook? Very sporting of you not to attack me as I descended the ladder. If we need the crest key to progress, we're gonna need to use it right outside. Or, sorry, right at the bottom of that little room the hexer was watching over. So we've seen everything over here, right? Yeah. Looks like it anyway. Yes. I have to say, so far, this is a really robust, well-done DLC. There's one character, I think we met... MC says, killing Gwendolyn, is that really a sin? They try to kill you when you try to learn a secret that's not really worth killing for. Well, considering as he was the leader of the Blades of the Dark Moon Covenant that is responsible for quote-unquote punishing sin, yes, it definitely is by their rubric. And hold on, I want to make sure I didn't miss a very important character. Okay. So, we will, once we get to our next bonfire, want to go back to Artorias' arena to get, I think, some special gear. Oh wait, no, we wanted to go to that overlook, right? Like the balcony, because it looked like there were platforms maybe we could drop down. Hold on. I'll work this out. Huh. Yeah, out here. Because remember, we saw a shining treasure somewhere on one of these roofs, or a couple. Here's one. Twin humanity, very nice. Oh wait, it just goes even deeper, does it? I was under the impression that the abyss was at the bottom of this place. Oh, hello. Oh, I thought you were clipped into the wall, but you are not. My bad. Huh. Gotcha. The Dark Fog Miracle, or, Hex. I think that one's... Be wary of rear, okay. That one is like the little spray of projectiles the Hexers would send out. Now that we're not in danger of getting invaded, let me read these real quick. Are they technically sorceries, or... Yeah, magic. Dark Orb. Abyss sorcery recovered by an Oolacile sorcerer on the brink of madness. Fire giant dark orb. In contrast to standard soul sorceries, Abyss sorceries are weighty and inflict physical damage. This was changed in Dark Souls 2, for the record. Perhaps human souls, because of their humanity, produce sorceries with more tangible presence. In Dark Souls 2, a separate elemental damage type for dark is created, and I think that's a better way of handling this, but fair enough. Create a cloud of dark fog. Although dark fog is in theory relatively close to humanity, it also happens to be a terrible poison for humans. Perhaps it reflects man's cruelty against his own. Ugh. Yeah, I like the way Dark Souls 2 handles these and their lore just a bit better, but I appreciate the fact that we find them here. Right, so let's go save a princess. Need a bonfire? I agree. Oh, look at all that abyss everywhere. Just all inky and horrible. Elevator? Elevator! Nice! Meaning now we can run right on back to Artorias' arena really quickly. There's his gravestone and one of his compatriots.
You? Is that not the soul of the man who fell on this spot? He was a dear friend. I wish to pay proper respect with that soul. Would you be willing to part with it?
Absolutely. I'm not going to be able to use this greatsword if we create it, and she gives us much better weapons for what we have, I believe.
Thank you. You are very kind. Please take this. I no longer need it.
Oh, yes!
May the Lord guide thee.
Oh, these are so cool.
May the Lord...
So this is Ciaran. She's another one of Lord Gwyn's knights and is implied to have been Artorias' lover. And sort of began this monument to him. MCS makes you wonder how the world recovered, parentheses, it did not. It didn't entirely, but apparently once we, like, defeat basically the Dark Lord, the Abyss just kind of closes back up on itself. Apparently it sucks the rest of Oolacile, or most of it, down with it, but then it just disappears. Is this one of those weird light doors by chance? No. Now, as to these cool new weapons we just got, the Tracers. They are incredibly powerful, technically curved swords. Tailor, friggin' made... Well, one of them's a straight sword, I think. My bad. Tailor-made for dexterity builds, I believe. Oh no, this one's technically a dagger. A dark silver dagger used by the Lord's Blade Ciaran of Gwyn's Four Knights. The victim is first distracted by dazzling streaks of the gold tracer, then stung by the vicious poison of this dagger. Now why do they call it a tracer? Because it leaves awesome, like, motion blur effects in the air. Love it. But the one we're interested in is the gold tracer. Yeah, this is the stuff right here. Ciaran brandishes her sword in a mesmerizing dance, etching the darkness with dire streaks of gold. And it is like the scimitar on crack. We want to reinforce that. It uses Twinkling Titanite, of course. Because I think fully upgraded, this thing will just wreck your day. We have enhanced this about as far as it'll go. And if I'm correct, it should deal insane damage now. We get one more. Give us... Alright, MC, good deal, man. Give us another point of... vitality, why don't you? Yeah, let's just build up a little bit more health while we can. Now, can this thing still be buffed? Unfortunately, it cannot. But hopefully that won't matter. Whoa! It kills him in 2 hits. Oh, baby, oh yeah. Holy crap! Oh, we should have come here for these much earlier. Oh yeah, yeah, this is my jam for the rest of the game right here. Now, it's not going to be as safe as the rapier, but thankfully our armor will make us much, much more resilient than we would have been otherwise. Now, let's go save us a princess. Notice all of these statues of hooded mages about the place. That's the way. Oh, that must be the dark fog. Now let's see, is there anything around here? Yes, there is. More money. Good. We can use some of this to buy and show off some of the cool new armor sets that Domhnall of Zaina will provide us. Now, I think this used to be the dungeon. Yeah, this is going to be one of our mini-bosses, the prisoner. Chester was the other. Oh, look at you. It's like trapped in dark Raybar. Oh, and it also takes, like, no damage. Wait, do you take more magic damage, perhaps? Oh, yes. God, what on earth were you? Well, we got the cure for all your ills right here. Oh! This is a really interesting creature. So it is so tightly wrapped in chains that our curved blade deals next to no damage. We would need, ironically, something like the rapier here. Ow. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Goodbye. Oh! Oh, you dodged us. Sneaky, sneaky. Are you juking my shots, man? Oh, that is sick. We get the chain armor from that. Isn't that just chain mail with different stats? Oh no, it is literally just chainmail. Alright. Okay. Not exactly what I was hoping for, but we'll take it. Hopefully we don't need the Covenant of Abyss Walking here. If we do, we're about to find out. Yeah, welcome to the good old Oolacile dungeon, where everything's okay forever. Alright. We get one more level up out of this, that's perfectly good. Let's take some more intelligence, and since we're using the tracer, we'll attune a different spell to that other slot. I would say Dark Orb, but Dark Orb is going to be useless against the creatures of the Abyss. So how about Great Soul Arrow? We'll reverse our hollowing, and then we'll kindle this sucker twice. Just in case the final boss is harder than I expect it to be. Now that's the way. Shed a little light on the situation. Okay, let's do this. Welcome to the final area of the Artorias of the Abyss DLC. Well, the Abyss. Now, I believe there's only one type of enemy here, and they're kind of different. Oh, aside from these cuties. Who are just going to run from us. Wait, are those the homing soul mines? I didn't know they were down here. Oh, no, it's more of these guys. Okay, so these guys are here too. I did not know that. Oh. Holy Moses. Probably shouldn't have aggroed all of you guys at once, but that's the decision we made and we're living with it. Good thing we got all those Estus flasks. Just in time. Alright, let's try that again. There we go. Now what on earth could you have been guarding? Oh, you're just along for the long haul, eh? Titanite? Oh, the dark bead. That's probably the little short-range shower projectiles, I'm thinking. All these would be useful just about anywhere but here. Oh, this is a really good sword, actually. Here's our special enemies, the humanity sprites. They more or less just slowly siphon your life, I believe, and can be dissipated pretty easily, if you know what you're doing. What? Hey, it's Alvina, the cat from the wood, like the leader of the Covenant. How do you like this light, baby? And see, they drop next to no souls, because, of course, they're effectively ghosts. Man, why don't people invade you? Individual ones don't deal too much damage, thankfully. We need to keep following Alvina. Oh, what on earth is this? Shortcut? Shortcut to where, pray tell? All the way back to the entrance, huh? Yeah, right next to Artorias' place. Can we go, like, have it out with old Marvelous Chester?
Oh, you. You have quite some nerve. Or are you just thick? Fine then. What is it that you need? Well, I've had enough of you. Well,
You tried to kill me, man.
I'll be seeing you if you survive your travels.
Hold on, I want to check something real quick to make sure I don't do something I'm about to regret. Marvelous Chester. Uh-huh. Okay, yeah, so if we want some special treasure, we're just supposed to axe this guy. Oh, alright, bottoms up.
What now? You think this is all my fault? How very, very petty of you. Very petty indeed.
I can tank this damage.
You win. Please. Please. Have mercy.
Oh, we knocked over his candelabra, and we got Chester's set. How does it stack up to our stuff? Black leather long coat hat, typo, worn by Marvelous Chester, a man of mystery lost in the past. This exquisitely sewn aristocratic suit allows its wearer to move in silence, lending well to stealth. Definitely gonna check that out once we're back in Lordran, but right now we need the superior defenses of this thing if we have any hope of making it out of here. Well, back to the shit. Alright, Avina, where were you? Is she like back at the first area? No. Okay, so we do have to just keep tracking her down. I don't think the humanity sprites keep spawning. There's just a lot of them. Will our solar arrows take care of you? Not even close. That cast light miracle, or sorcery, would be pretty good right about now. There's a caster. And, unsurprisingly, humanity. That's a slide. We don't want that. Okay, so these guys look horrifying, like, coupled with the environment, you think they'd be really dangerous, but looks like in small groups they're really not. They're mainly here to act as forces of attrition, or to swarm foolhardy players, I would imagine. Gee, I wonder what they drop. Watch it be like a great shield or something. No, no surprises there. I take it this is the way back, or from where we came? Yes, yes it is. Guess a few folks died making that jump. Or drop, more accurately. Now where in the blue hell was Avina leading it? Well, I know what she's leading us to. She's leading us to Artorias' shield, from which we can summon Sif. Or with which we can summon Sif. Which we probably want to do. Because from what I've seen, this last boss, fittingly, for like the last lord introduced in the original Dark Souls canon, is a real doozy. Like the constant darkness and really steep drops make this area so claustrophobic. Not claustrophobic, I'm sorry. Just so unsettling. Jeez. Hey there, big guy. Okay. Yeah, you guys aren't so bad. But seeing as how I can see a treasure over there, I can tell this is going to be a pretty long area. Oh, the Black Flame. That's a dark pyromancy, I think. Hold on, I want to... make sure I know where Sif is. Okay, yeah, we missed a wall. Sorry I've been looking so much stuff up, but I do want to make sure I can show you guys and experience myself as much content as possible during this playthrough, without us just having to spend hours and hours retreading old ground. So there's Sif, indeed being guarded by an aura of light Artorias left for her, which is very, very sweet. And I believe she is the only non-human summon in the entire series. Notice that they can't penetrate the aura, and the ethereal spirit just ran off of a cliff and somehow died. Alright. Hey, girl. Yep, she dropped Artorias' cleansing great shield, and one of them dropped a humanity. Now we can call on her in the final fight. Well, not our final fight, but the final fight of the DLC's questline. After this, remember, we've got to take down the big black dragon, which is really, really hard, apparently. And then finally we've got to go back and kind of as a denouement take down Lord Gwyn, who, given the way you have to fight him, will be tough for me, but nowhere near as challenging objectively as, say, something like Artorias, or probably this next thing. Oh, we have to go back to the slide, don't we? Yeah. This is a pretty cool area. I like this area's use of darkness as a gameplay mechanic far better than the Tomb of the Giants' use of the same. Dark Souls 2, probably unsurprisingly if you've been listening to my commentary throughout the series, has areas that do this, of course, even better than this. But for what it is, yeah, this is alright. That would be the boss door. The hell is this? MC says, nice pit you found yourself into? Yeah, this is... Oh, the White Titanite slab, or another one, very nice. This is what happens if you just let the dark run wild and uncontrolled. And, yeah, not great stuff. What are you guys guarding? Soul of a hero. Need comfort, try projectile. Need ranged battle, that's interesting. So wait. Oh, I think Sif's summon sign is inside the arena for this one. Which is, again, weird, but something else we're gonna do, since we're not going to be needing too many more of them, we're going to take our humanities, since they do act as full heals, and assigning them to a quick slot. I'm certain this will not backfire on us in the least. Let's get ready to take on who is heavily implied to be the furtive pygmy, the discoverer of the Dark Soul and the first real Dark Lord, brought back from the dead due to a disturbance of his grave and sort of helplessly unleashing dark power on the world. This is... Do we get an intro cutscene? Yep. I really like the design juxtaposed with the mechanics of this fight. This is Manus, father of the Abyss. And believe it or not, once you see him, he's primarily a caster. Yes, this thing is a mage. that thing in his right hand, that's a catalyst. Ow. Oh, there's Sif's summon sign. So how much damage do we do to you? Not a lot. Can you say distraction? Okay, so we can block a lot of your attacks at pretty significant cost, but we can do it. Alright, girl. Let's forget about what happened at the Darkroot Garden and take this guy down, alright? Yeah, there you go. You just distract the most powerful human sorcerer of all time. And I will poke him a whole bunch. Or I would if Sif seemed to distract him in the least. Whoo! Oh baby, that range. Manus is a very appropriate name for this thing, isn't it? Oh my god! So he is just, first off, Sif is not doing a damn thing to him. And secondly, he is paying her no mind whatsoever. See, when they said Father of the Abyss, they friggin' meant it. This guy is, to my knowledge, the most powerful hexer in the entire series. Dude, come on, you're supposed to be like the progenitor of humanity. You and me, we should be tight. Oh, it's that combo again. Thankfully, there is a charge up there. What the hell was that? Okay, so, we can clearly do this. It's just gonna be really hard. Now, for the record, MC, since you didn't see me make the comparison between weapons, this fully upgraded Silver Tracer is much better than the Rapier, meaning this guy's health is no joke. But getting back to him should actually be pretty easy. See, cuts those guys down in 2 hits instead of 3. Thankfully, they drop humanity like it's nobody's business, as you would expect, being, well, giant motes of humanity. It is very interesting, though, that Manus's physical attacks, intimidating as they are, don't really seem to deal, like, just unbearable damage, but his magical attacks certainly do, though that, That definitely falls in line with what I know of hexes using them prolifically in Dark Souls 2. And he says, imagine if Artorias, like Sif, could not actually harm Manus. Well, Sif can harm him, I believe. She's just very, very bad at it. And it's implied that Artorias, like, put up a very valiant fight, but just got absolutely destroyed by the creatures in here, not necessarily by Manus himself. Let's pop one of these suckers to charge ourselves up. Okay, is there any ring that might actually be more helpful here? No. Yeah, no, we're... MC says, could be that your character's affinity to darkness makes you less vulnerable than Artorias. Very true. Given that we've gathered Lord Souls, yes. Alright, Big Papa, what you got? Oh, God! I hate your moveset so much. Yo, Paw Patrol, let's get it. So he's not Artorias, but he's pretty relentless too. So they said, like, try a ranged battle. Let's see what... Oh, magic does nothing to you. So yeah, I think she deals damage, but just, like, very little of it. Uh-oh, here comes the combo. Gwyn has a very similar combo. Like a 5-hit combo that you can more or less be locked into. Oh, there it goes! Just the telegraphing for that is so hard to make out. MC says even Hand of Fate 2 has better damage dealers. Yes, they do. Man, if we had Ariadne with us through this, it'd already be over. Oh, shit! I have the hardest time dealing with those leaping attacks. Holy shit! You can't roll through that. Wow. I have no idea. Well, I'm sure we can manage this, but... Jesus H. So, like, for context, Gwyn is hard, like, for the base game, but his fight's all about learning how to do one thing, and if you've learned how to do that one thing earlier in the game, it's effectively a cakewalk. But this... Oh, wow. Like, I thought, oh, we want to stay right up on him because his physical attacks, although they're dangerous, Don't just... MC says wait. Okay, what you got for us? We have something for the missiles. Oh, we do! Only problem is, we would have to cycle through our items really quickly just as soon as we see him charging up for it. I guess it's doable, but, like, the best strategy would still remain, I suppose, just seeing it coming, because he does have fairly generous telegraphs for magic attacks, and getting the hell out of dodge. Really, the worst thing about him, like so many of these big flailing beast bosses, is that, there we go. Just about everything he does knocks you on your ass. The pendant would be really great if we could actually, like, somehow deflect the projectiles back at him. That'd be great. It would also make it an excellent counterpart to Gwyn's fight, which is all about deflecting physical attacks. Now, I'm fairly certain Manus is really weak to either fire or lightning. Probably fire. Which, we do not have. Hello, Big Daddy. So yeah, as... Oh, it's the combo. It's the combo. God damn the combo. Just the range of those attacks. And if you get caught in one, you have to sit through every single subsequent hit. I don't think you can get anything for severing his tail, thankfully. And the combo. The goddamn combo. Are you serious? So short of, like, being psychic, I have no idea how a melee character can reliably dodge that. One. Oh no. Dude, what happened to you? You were, like, a pretty frail human at some point. Like, a very small one at that, I believe. Guess you found the power within, and I ain't talking pyromancy. Don't you dare. Oh, that was cool. Did you see that? He, like, just swept his arm around like a tail. That's... Aesthetically, at least, that's very cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Really? You turned it around on me? Oh, Sif, baby. No. Sif, just hold him off for me, girl. No! Ooh! Ooh, no, 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 it's over. Oh god, it's over. Never can get those jump attacks. Spamming these. Oh, combo. Damn, why couldn't you be like Manus of the father of the easily telegraphed dagger attacks? That'd be cool, right? No, 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 no. Suck it, you Hot Topic reject. That's Manus. Third, fourth fight? Oh, and look at that pure black soul. Well, we rescued the princess who was, trapped inside of him? Okay, you alright? Whew. So somebody probably ought to call a repair crew at some point. It's, you okay? Alright, I'll leave you there. That's a job well done. Call in the janitors. We're done. MC says, GG, you killed the original man, thank you very much. And turns out in this fight, the sequel was better. It really was. I will say this. That's a good fight. MC, since you're like a game designer, an actual one yourself, feel free to weigh in with your thoughts on it. I think it was a really good fight for what it was. I like the idea that in sort of an inversion of standard Dark Souls tropes, one of these big, flailing, roaring monstrosities with the really wild, frightening physical attacks is an incredibly powerful mage, and that's where the real danger lies, in these, like, really potent magical attacks it uses. And the fact that you don't see that at all until you get its health down and it enters kind of a second phase. That's really cool. It felt, honestly, like, just nail-bitingly tight at certain points, but having Sif come along just to act as a distraction and keep him open, the fight as a whole, I think, was really good. It wasn't too hard, it wasn't too easy. Again, like Artorias, might be just a bit hard for folks coming here as soon as it shows up. MC says looked simpler than Artorias. Well, that's because Artorias is an example of a really good dual boss, like a character that is based off of a lot of the same systems you use, and Manus clearly is not. Manus is a jacked up mage, and I would say Am I going to remember that fight as clearly as I do the Artorias fight, just due to how difficult that one was, or how, like, specific our strategy had to be? No, probably not. But it, in my mind, is just as good as the Artorias fight, because it's going for something very different. Artorias wants to duel you, this guy wants to rush you down with unrelenting, really powerful, wide-ranging attacks, and it worked well. That's a good fight. If we didn't have 15 Estus flasks for this, we'd be done for. That said, let's pop one more point on over into probably, well, not intelligence for now, give us a little bit more endurance. Anything to make me... Or no, dexterity. Dexterity makes us stronger, right? Yeah, sure. MC says I'd say it's a fun fight that has a lot of variated moves. Definitely, definitely. A really good fight at that. It feels climactic. It feels proper. Now we want to head back to, Oolacile Township, actually, because with that key we got... we can access, well, what will ultimately allow us to access the final boss of the DLC that we may or may not end up beating. If it's just ridiculously difficult, I may call a mulligan and say, not this time. That's the Black Dragon. But, yeah, that felt good. That felt really good. And as... what can potentially serve as like the final boss of the game, it's really fitting. Let's take a look at his soul. Soul of Manus, Father of the Abyss. This extraordinary soul is a viscous, lukewarm lump of gentle humanity. Ancient Manus was clearly once human, but he became Father of the Abyss after his humanity went wild, eternally seeking his precious, broken pendant. So, yeah, we may or may not be responsible for all this indirectly. Whoops. So Sierran's gone. MC says the only downside is that this fight was a bit hyped in a way. I don't necessarily see that as a downside, per se. I think as like a central antagonist fight based off of this new element, this new world of the dark that we only really properly explore starting in this DLC, like New Londo is kind of as close as they got beforehand, it does the job real well. This next boss might just be some straight BS. I've got no idea. Yep, the crest key opens this watchtower. MC says, it works well but lacks maybe a bit more epicness to it. If by epicness you just mean difficulty, I would disagree, but if you mean like additional phases or something, or other forms, yeah, sure, that would always help. This is Hawkeye Goff, one of Lord Gwyn's knights.
A visitor, have we? Thou must be the one who freed Artorias. An old friend he was. Thanks to thee,
I love this guy.
left this world with honor intact. And here I am, retired and blind. Of little help to thee, I'm afraid.
So he sells some basic items, including more carvings, for just 5 souls apiece that, well, he recorded the voice clips for.
Thou seekest to explore this domain. Be wary of a black dragon. I fear thee no match for this terrible beast. There's very little to be said. What good is a dog with no hairs to hunt? But I'm lucky to be alive, I suppose.
So what do we have to do to get him to
Lead thy life.
bring down the dragon? Hold on. I will find out. Mm-hmm. Okay. So this is kind of weird. We actually need to go see the dragon first. Then he'll help us bring him down. We're actually going to keep going to at least the 4-hour mark, because I feel if calamity doesn't prove to be... MC says be sure to talk to Elizabeth the Mushroom. Oh, will do. But, if calamity's not just the hardest boss in the entire series, in my mind, far and away, we can take it down, and then with the upgraded tracer on our side, or the rapier, either or, and a little bit of luck, I should be able to bring down Lord Gwyn really quickly. Now, keep in mind, we have not seen all of the loot or spells or things like that in this game, and subsequently all of the lore. Far from it, there's just so much. But I may do some loot streams later on, and in Dark Souls 2, don't worry, we will get much, much more of the important gear. Because, well, a lot of it's just easier to get. So the Black Dragon Calamite is down there. Oh, hello, dogs. Weird, oddly scaly dogs. That or you just got a terrible fur texture, I can't tell. Money, alright. MC says Manus can actually be infinitely stun-locked by firing arrows directly at his head. Oh wow, really? That must be why all those messages were saying, like, hey, ranged battle ahead, try ranged battle, those kinds of things. I remember, because, you know, I tried to fire magic at him a couple times, and was just like, really? It dealt no damage, but okay. Guess those archery builds can come in real handy at a couple different places. So all of Calamite's guards are dogs for some reason. So you may recall that as the Darkroot Basin. You know, the same place we, accessed this area from, I believe. All we gotta do is touch down, and if we, like, spawn Calamite, I think we can then go back to Goth using a homeward bone, and be like, hey, please, please help. MC says you can also kill archery build, you can also archery build kill Manus from outside of the White Gate. Oh man, that's kind of lame. There's one boss, at least one boss like that in Dark Souls 2, I think. Oh, where? There it is. Whoops, and we're dead already, because that is what Calamite's fire does. It is powerful, tainted fire. But that's fine. We're going right back there, and we do not need our humanity for this. It's kind of funny that the professional dragon slayer was bemoaning having no dragons to slay right after saying, hey, be careful, there's a really powerful black dragon right over there. Nonetheless, get ready for a pretty awesome scene. Keep in mind, too, this guy is blind.
Tomorrow, the Black Dragon bring me duress? Yes, I thought as much.
He is so pleasant.
Old calamity, ferocious dragon indeed. Even mighty Anna Londa dared not provoke his ire. I see little good coming from this, but my intent is to persevere to the bitter end.
Why not?
Good, good. What is bravery without a dash of recklessness? I've taken a liking to thee, and I owe thee much for thy service to Artorias. Now, watch, and see how Goth hunts dragons.
He's easily my favorite of the knights we meet in this game. It seems like, by and large, the giants are just very, very kind, pleasant folks. Like, in general. Check this out. Now he's brought it down so we can fight it properly, and notice it's like been tainted by the Abyss itself.
A truer shot was never loosed. That bat will be grounded for a good spell. The rest is in thine hands. I await good tidings. Dragon slaying. Knighthood's highest calling.
MC says, you know, it would be interesting. No, what? Like, it'd be great if we could summon him in to help us with the dragon, right? Or if the entire fight was about just enduring and kiting the dragon to specific areas so Goth could keep sticking it with arrows. Oh, the darkness leaving the dragon after killing Manus. That would be nice. One of the things that does happen after you complete this DLC is, if somehow you manage to do this before acquiring the crest, or the Ring of Artorias from Darkroot Garden, Sif has a different introductory cutscene where she's clearly very reluctant to fight you. And it just makes the whole thing, you know, so much sadder. Because if there's one thing Dark Souls is good at, it's making people very, very sad. Or very, very angry, for that matter. You can see we now have a proper fog door. And apparently an archery build can take down calamity while it's still airborne, but... MC says if only it let you take the ring and place it back later. Yeah, no, like... It'd be nice if there was a way to avoid killing Sif. But I think they did optional, like... ultimately player-dictated fights really well with the kind of difficult cases, well, the very sympathetic case of Priscilla and the difficult case of Gwendolyn. Alright. Is it down there? Or no, it can still fly, just not as well, I believe. Because that's what happens when one of your wings gets just run through with an arrow the size of the tree, right? You just lose a little bit of your aerodynamic capabilities. Just tiny little bit. Alright. Oh no, it is walking. And notice it has one gigantic eye. Holy Lord. Oh, you deal damage like it's no thing. And it's very hard to dodge you, apparently. Oh, I love its design, though. That face. Or kind of lack thereof. So dodging forward does like nothing against that, it would appear. How much damage do we deal? Nothing encouraging. Wow. I think you can get something by severing its tail, but, not worth it. Oh, it's all the damn physical attacks, man. Come on, Calla, breathe more fire. Oh my god, I just bled it! I caused it to bleed out with my weapons! This thing has a bleed effect, I totally forgot! Dude! Oh shit! I'm so afraid it's going to start using its eye before long. And yes, it does have a special attack corresponding to its eye. It can, like, curse you just by looking at you. Oh no! So Calamate's basically like Sif on steroids. Oh, just breathe fire, do crimes. So this is hard, but with our 20 Estus flasks, it's certainly doable. Oh, but you always land right under one set of limbs or the other. No! Oh. It's got a lot of moves, doesn't it? Ow. We got it! First try! Holy shit, that's like the bonus boss! Wow! Wow! Okay! Okay! Nice! And she says, good, congrats, you killed Evil Spyro. Thank you very much. Well, it wasn't on a skateboard, so no, it's not that bad, but notice something. Oh no, it gives us 60k souls. You're gonna love the reward we get. No soul or anything like that, we get a ring. The Calamity ring. This one's great. Receive double damage. This is your reward. A ring enchanted by the orange eye of Calamite, bringer of calamity. Doubles damage received by its wearer. A useless ring befitting of no finger. Well, I can think of one, but best left unknown or at least well hidden. Oh, that's great. But there's a chest over here, right? A very strange looking chest. So, was that as good as Manus or, Artorias? No. Oh, extra Titanite slab, nice. But it was still a perfectly fun, very appropriate bonus boss that I think if you were to fight with fewer Estus Flasks or as a lower level character, it'd be really, really hard. As dragon fights go, I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret. This would be considered blasphemy in some circles, but I really don't like fighting dragons in most games. I think, like, as opponents in particular, your average fantasy dragon, it makes for a very boring fight. But that one had a diverse enough move pool and used its fire breath in conjunction with enough other maneuvers to be kind of interesting. I'm all about that. MC says if you want to do a perfect New Game Plus, this ring seems nice. Certainly. And, dragons are big and not often mobile. Very true. And they're usually restrained to just clawing and breathing fire, and it was a victory lap boss. Yeah, no. Apparently, like, when the DLC first came out, this guy had a reputation as being one of the hardest, if not the hardest boss in the game. And here's the thing. I can definitely see that. I can see just, like, the fire breath attacks alone making players' lives hell. But I don't know, I would argue that, blow for blow, Artorias is much tougher than he is. MC says Monster Hunter World has great dragons. Yes, no. Now, I will say I've seen enough Monster Hunter World gameplay, and played just enough of the game myself to know that they have really good stuff. Really, really cool, wyverns. Right, up we go. So guys, we are going to have time to collect some more rewards from Goff and Elizabeth, and then properly head on back to the Lord Vessel to finish off Lord Gwyn, who, after all this, should only take us a couple tries, hopefully. Especially since this armor is really, really good, but just to kind of luxuriate in all this, why don't we try out Chester's set. These exquisitely sewn trousers are decorated with silver trinkets of varying sizes and have straps on the inner legs for carrying crossbow bolts. No distinguishing features, but are of high quality. And we can equip the ring to make up for the loss of the mask, just because I really like the look of this set. The weaver of this top hat cracks a dubious permanent grin. The curse of Chester. Oh yeah, I dig this set a lot. MC says after killing 100 plus Monster Hunter World dragons, they just pile on. Yeah, I'm sure like anything else that gets old with repetition. So aside from like the fraying and discoloration around the base of the trench coat, I really like this outfit. Looks like sort of prototypical Bloodborne armor. Now we may need to adjust our equipment for Gwyn, because he is an elemental damage boss with a very, very obvious element. MC says fight Gwyn naked. Oh, some people have pulled that off pretty easily, because again, Gwyn is all about, oh, with the ring. Oh, hell no, man. That sounds like the kind of thing you would enjoy. Certainly not me. Show that bastard who's the true king. See, Gwyn is all about testing the player's ability to either dodge really effectively or perform parries really effectively, because unlike most human bosses, or humanoid bosses, he can be parried. pretty consistently at that. And if you parry him, most characters, it wouldn't take more than 4 or 5 ripostes before he's dead.
Thou hast defeated calamity? Wondrously played.
Problem is, he's insanely relentless.
Blessing upon me. That beast will never take to the skies again. Dragons shall never be forgotten. We knights fought valiantly, but for every one of
And the
them,
implication here is, of course, not all dragons were insanely hostile, and Calamite was probably crazed.
pride, hatred, rage. The dragons teased out our dearest emotions. Thou will understand one day. At that twilight, old thoughts return in great waves of nostalgia. This great bow, I shan't need it, but no dragons to hunt. I know not if a human could even operate it. But here, thy need outweighs mine.
One of the most decent characters in the entire series. Like, I love that we meet so many, despite how awful the world is, or how awful a state the world is in, we meet so many genuinely pleasant people throughout this journey.
Thou hast taken a gander at it, but the dark of the abyss, which swallowed poor Artorias, threatens to devour our entire land of Oolacile. It seems that this dire fate is unavoidable, but seduced by a dark serpent or no, they awoke that thing themselves and drove it mad. One's demise is always one's own making. Now, do not mistake my words. I cherish my work. Wood carving is a nuanced art. I would have much to talk about with that blacksmith. In truth, how is the old chap, I wonder? Still hammering away, I should hope. Now, do not...
Alright. So,
Farewell,
oh.
proud human. May every honor be bestowed upon thee.
So, his great bow, he's absolutely right. There is no way we can wield it. It requires 27 strength, which we don't have, but great bow used by Hawkeye Goff of Lord Gwyn's 4 Knights for dragon slaying. This bow is larger than even those used by the Frame Dragon Slayers, so the great bows that the Silver Knights use. Only their leader, Goff, had the strength to handle it. Indeed. So now let's go see Elizabeth once more. And then get out of Dodge once and for all. I'm actually very surprised, very pleased that we managed to take the entire DLC in one stream. In terms of boss quality, I would say, you know, there's some truth to the hype. Artorias would probably be the best, followed very closely by Manus, then Calamite and the Sanctuary Keeper a distant fourth. Wasn't a bad fight by any means, just kind of passable in a fight or a DLC filled, including like considering Chester and the Chained Prisoner with really good combat encounters, or really interesting ones. Well, we stopped Manus from destroying the world with improperly channeled dark. Now let's go and do this the right way. MC says, imagine if the entrance was guarded by that dragon. Ooh. Maybe if you, like, had to whittle it down to, like, 75 or 50% of its health, that might actually be a really cool introduction to this area. Like, if it then retreats.
Princess Dusk, and rid us of that terrible primeval human, even halting the spread of the abyss. I salute the grandeur of thine enterprise. Please allow me to express my gratitude. I thank thee, as do we all.
Very nice.
I will remember thee, but I will keep thy story to myself. This is the best way, for thou art come from a time...
I'm really excited to see some more, or get my hands on Elden Ring, FromSoft's newest game, that may come out later this year or early next year. I know it's got like a pretty interesting plot, supposedly being written by George R.R. Martin.
Was thine eye glancing hither? Thou needst not hide thy wonder. I am a mushroom, after all. May the flames guide thee.
Right. Sure. Flames. Yeah, definitely. Gotta love that Age of Fire. Definitely not going to do anything about that. Oh no. No. MC says shrooms must shrooms. Well, we are about to head on over to the merchant from the depths. And again, all these NPCs have like really complex quest lines, but it takes ages to complete some of them and lots of specific.
Oh, hello again.
Oh.
You're both managing quite well, aren't you?
Yes?
I haven't found my father yet.
Have we seen him? No? So yeah, unfortunately, I'm not gonna be getting around to all of the NPC quest lines, or indeed most of them, but rest assured, you can get just about everybody's armor, or arms, or special rings, or spells, or things like that, by tracking these people down throughout the world multiple different times and talking to them. In Dark Souls 2, again, in part thanks to the fast travel mechanic being unlocked from the start, it's much easier to complete just about everybody's major quest lines. Always hate that jump. But let's go see our buddy Domhnall and get some boss armor.
Aye, Shemai. I didn't expect to meet anybody here. I suppose great minds think alike, eh? I'm afraid...
So he offers his own armor, the Iron Golem's armor, Smuff's armor, not Ornstein's, Gwendolyn's, which looks really cool, and Artorias's. Well, we've got enough souls to handle all of these, and I want to show them off, so let's do this. We also won't be showing off boss weapons, unfortunately, because again, much harder to create than they are in the other games. Now, I may do New Game Plus streams where we do make the most of all this, but it'll be sporadically and a good bit later on. Give me all the armor sets, and hopefully a couple levels as well. We've got the soul of a great hero, that should do the job. How many does this one soul give us? 20,000. Let's just start buying it up, starting with his set. MC says, I read that you can max everything to 99, it just takes a lot of grinding. That's very true. I don't know anyone who's done it personally.
I have this funny feeling we'll meet again soon, and we'll make another fine trade, of course.
Sure thing. Now, in Dark Souls 2 and 3, you can actually run around the world and collect any loose gear or treasures, or complete any stray quest lines before entering New Game Plus after defeating the final boss. And in fact, in Dark Souls 3, I believe one of the DLC can only be entered after defeating the final boss. I don't recall if that's true for this game or not. So real quick, before we do that, let's check out our new stuff very, very quickly. MC says, oh goodness gracious, that would be... Hold on, what appears to be 7,131,692,438,971 souls needed. Jesus. Gauntlets of the Vanquisher, strange gauntlets from the ancient land of Zena, birthplace of the curious dealer Domnall. They symbolize a Vanquisher. Inlaid silver rings. An Explorer. Metal symbolize glory. The helmet, at least, is based off of... Oh no, for level 713, you need, okay, 1,692,438,791 souls. Oh, no worries, no worries. This helmet is actually based off of an actual, like, ceremonial helm that was created for an English king. I don't believe the rest of the armor has any, like, similar parallels, but it looks very cool. I would actually say the helmet's far and away the least impressive aspect of it. Crystallized helm worn by a hollow knight who's partially crystallized. Power of the crystal grants high defense. I wanted to show off the crystal set because I think it looks very, very cool. And we didn't really get to see it when we fought the Crystal General. I love this set. It looks, oh my god, amazing. MC says level 713 is for maxing out Sorcerer. Other classes take less. That's right. I really like this armor, in fact. Let's start with Smoth's helm. Helm of Smoth, the Executioner, protector of the cathedral at the Forsaken City of Anor Londo. Offers extremely high defense and can be worn by humans, but not without great difficulty. Yeah, it's really heavy stuff, as you'd imagine. And of course, if you kill Ornstein last, you'll have access to his armor, which is honestly just a bit better because it's more accessible. And you too can look completely ridiculous and fat roll. Unless we use Havel's Ring. Oh no, even with Havel's Ring it's too heavy, wow. But we don't... Oh! No, there we go, sorry. MC says, oh no. Yeah, this looks very silly. Now the Golem gauntlets. Arms of the Iron Golem. Guardian of the Ancient Sins Fortress. Guardian... MC says, too much fat. What has COVID done to us? Oh, I feel that. I've been having to rely very heavily on an elliptical to keep me from getting just obscenely overweight. Without its core, they're mere hunks of iron and can be equipped as solid protective gear, but their immense weight hinders stamina recovery. Yeah, so they may actually negatively impact our stamina, which is not something we want. But now this, I will say, looks very, very cool on our character. I actually really like the look of this as an armor set. MC says I'm not at my ideal weight, not gaining or losing. Oh, good for you. I'm very slightly, and I mean like a handful of pounds over, but hopefully we'll fix that. It's one of the rough things being type 1 diabetic is, you know, you have to eat. Depending on how efficient your care is, slightly more or slightly less than most people at various times a day, or depending on what you've been doing that day, so sometimes you have to eat when you don't want to. We have Artorias' set. Death of the helm's owner can be surmised from the corrosive dark of the abyss and the musty azure blue tassel, once a symbol of pride and glory. Azure blue cape. Abyss compromised their protective utility. Artorias' set looks very cool, especially on us. Like, I think it actually looks better on kind of a lean, gaunt character than it did on, like, say, Artorias himself, because it looks kind of ethereal, doesn't it? Yeah, I dig that. And then finally, we've got Gwendolyn's stuff, which I absolutely adore, the Moonlight set. Piss-poor defense against everything but, I think, magic. Gloves of the Dark Sun Gwendolyn, protector of the forsaken city of Anor Londo. The power of the moon was strong in Gwendolyn, and thus he was raised as a daughter. His magic garb is silk thin and hardly provides any physical defense. Yep. The Crown of the Dark Sun. This Crown of the Gods demands faith immeasurable of its wearer, but is imbued with dark moon power that enhances all magic, literally meaning our magic spells are stronger. The image of the sun manifests Gwendolyn's deep adoration of the sun. Yeah, this is a really cool set, I will say. And from his soul we could create, I believe, his bow, as well as maybe some kind of catalyst? Well, we're now ready for, Whee! Lord Gwyn, at long last. And we'll probably go back to wearing our... Well, no, let me think. Mask of the Child. Well, no, we probably won't need Mask of the Child, honestly. Perfect for PvP, just like that Pyromancer. Oh, dear. The Pyromancer was using spells to buff themselves, though. I think we can actually use the full Guardian set now. Yes, we can. Let's offer the remaining souls to the Lord Vessel and open up the path to the first flame. Remember, Gwyn has fed himself, fed his own soul to the flame. So we're really there to just kind of knock over whatever's left and then make the decision to either link the fire or just let it burn out. And this is such a cool little transitory passage. Check this out. As we progress toward, like, the cradle of the first flame, we see, like, these ethereal silver knights following Gwyn along to his final rest. And the ones who stayed behind, the ones who were burnt to ash, stay and act as his final guardians. The Black Knights. We're gonna have to square off with them all one more time, well, probably several more times if he manages to kill us. Because they respawn here. And these guys are tough. In terms of, like, durable, of course. Got it? In fact, until we get down to Gwyn, why don't we whip out the rapier, because that might actually be more effective because of all that armor. Curved swords are great. They're just not super useful against armored enemies. Here's the greatsword variant. Yeah, we did over 500 damage there. That's kind of what we want to see. Red Titanite chunk. This is the Kiln of the First Flame, and as you can see, a whole lot of stuff has been fed to this flame over the ages. A whole lot to keep this thing going. I presume these are like metal bridges just coated in verdigris? No, they're not. I have no idea what that is then. Oh, we've got company. Which one are you? Another sword. Right, okay. Oh. Say hi to those golems for us. We finally get the Black Knight set, which, just let me tell you right now, folks, is insanely powerful. MC says it's kinda amusing that even if you came to link with the flame, Gwyn's knights still want to kill you. Well, these aren't human anymore. They were literally burned alive when Gwyn linked the fire from, like, the resulting sort of explosion. And they're just like restless spirits inhabiting the scorched armor. Now, as you'd expect, the Black Knight set's really good. Like, really, really good. And has, I think, some of, if not the best fire defense in the base game. The knights that followed Lord Gwyn when he departed to link the fire, but they were burned to ashes in the newly kindled flame, wandering the world as disembodied spirits ever after. But turns out the Guardian set's even better, including against fire, which is good, because as you'd imagine, Lord Gwyn is all about flame damage. I think I might actually use the rapier instead of our awesome DLC sword, if only because Gwyn's so dependent on pulling off good ripostes that this would deal way more damage to him. MC says, I've noticed something throughout this game. Gwyn's a bit of a hot topic. Very true. Definitely. At least in my reading. He and Anne Orlando are responsible for a whole lot, directly and indirectly. But here we are, into the road. We've come a very long way and killed, I want to say, upwards of 24 bosses or right around there. It's really cool, right? And now all that's left in our way, the only real threat left posed to this world on the precipice of dynamic and hopefully beneficial change, is Gwyn, the Lord of Light, who sacrificed himself, sacrificed his people, sacrificed everything to maintain something that's time had already gone. And, fittingly, this is not some huge epic final fight. It's hard, but there's no pomp and circumstance, no fanfare. If I recall, there is no cutscene, it's just straight into a fight. And here's the thing, not with Lord Gwyn, but with his hollow. That's a good riposte on Gwyn. Alright, come on then, Ashen Santa, give it to us. Oh yeah, we have way more levels in us and much better armor than I did when I came here during my first playthrough. This is all that's left of him. One of the greatest heroes who ever lived. Mindless. And this armor is perfect. Now, to be fair, if you did not have good armor or good levels, he would absolutely devastate you. But we have fantastic armor and a sword perfect for ripostes. So, that's it. Rest in peace, Lord Gwyn. You meant well and achieved great things, but your time is over. MC says feels pitiful. That's the intent. Accompanied, of course, by a beautiful, mournful piano piece instead of some bombastic score for the final fight. MC says not talking about the fight, but lore-wise pitiful. Exactly, yes. That's the idea. This is a mercy killing. There is nothing left of him. He sacrificed everything to try and save something he believed in that ultimately couldn't be saved, except by continual and increasing and devastating sacrifice. He never realized it wasn't worth it anymore, and maybe the best thing to do would be to shepherd everybody through what was to come. Minimize the damage, help, maybe in this case the forces of darkness, right? Learn to control their power in a way that people like the Witch of Izalith, like Nito, like the Four Kings, like Seath in his hatred and madness never could. So we now have the soul of Lord Gwyn. MC says be the Lord, not the servant. Yeah, exactly. Soul of the Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight and Cinder, who linked the first flame. Lord Gwyn bequeathed most of his power to the gods and burned as cinder for the first flame. But even so, Lord Gwyn's soul is a powerful thing indeed. So we have a choice. We can go link that little bonfire you see standing out around there and keep this shit show running. Or we can try to do this right. No more sacrifices, no more lies. We can embrace the unknown and try to be a good god, a good ruler over a better and a different world. We don't have to fall to the same excesses that New Londo did, or that Manus wrought upon Oolacile. That's not a foregone conclusion, but we know for a fact, if we stay here and sacrifice ourselves, sacrifice everything we've worked for, then all the pain that we've endured and all the pain that our friends, people like Rhea and the Crestfallen Warrior, and even the lords themselves, the Witches of Izalith and Kilana, and all these people who were hurt by this, it was for nothing. And so it's over. Time to turn out the lights and go home. Anything has to be better than this.
My Lord, bless thy safety.
So we now get to rule as the Dark Lord, with a very unique entourage.
We are here to serve your highness. Let true dark be cast upon the world. Our word of the eternalist.
We earn the Dark Lord trophy for earning that ending, and we get to listen to this absolutely beautiful credit song. So, that was Dark Souls, my first time revisiting it, well, since my first playthrough when I was much younger. Oh, I absolutely love this song. I'd say the remaster touched up a lot of stuff. Overall, it works just as well according to my memories, the original game did, maybe even a bit better. Little quality of life improvements made here and there. I quite liked it. But this is a fantastic game, of course. There's so much complexity to its lore and its encounter design and all its mechanics and all the special cool little gear you can get. There's just so many things to play around with and different ways you can build your character if you want. Again, not as many as would be really viable in later titles, like Dark Souls 2 and 3 give you insane creative control over a bunch of different playstyles that are all more or less equally valid. This one's slightly less so. But you've got those fascinating multiplayer covenants that we really could have tucked deeper into, but gonna wait until Dark Souls 2 to try some of those mechanics out in greater detail, because that's a game I'm just a bit better at. But far and away, I'd have to say where the game really excels is in its encounter design, its creature design, and specifically, its boss design. There's like right around 24 bosses in this game, I want to say, and we fought all but one of them. Just didn't feel right killing Crossbreed Priscilla. I don't believe I've ever done it. And even though some of them, looking at you, Stray Demon, looking at you, Pinwheel, looking at you, goddamn Beta Chaos. Okay, sorry, Beta Chaos. Beta Chaos is the one exception. With the exception of Beta Chaos, even though a couple of them may have felt a little imperfect, they all felt really competently and thoughtfully designed as individual encounters. And when you have so many fights, like big bookend fights, that's really something that's kind of special and difficult to do, especially when you have to consider making each of those fights viable for a strength melee build, a dex melee build, a magic build, a pyromancy build, and so on, to where you're not just unfairly pressuring one type of player to, like, use a very specific strategy where others could just steamroll the encounter. Though there's, of course, some, like the Moonlight Butterfly, and I believe like Gwendolyn, that are made much easier with certain techniques or builds. Like, creating that many encounters where so many different approaches have to be at least partially viable, or no, completely viable, is a challenge. And the folks at FromSoft really knocked it out of the park. I love this studio. I love everything they've done since Demon's Souls. Just fantastic stuff, and they did a lot of really great games before then. There were a couple Xbox exclusives based heavily on like Japanese and general East Asian mythology that I did not play since I never owned an original Xbox, but are apparently fantastic little action games. They made a game, I believe, called Metal Wolf Chaos that is all about an ousted president of the United States fighting against his treacherous vice president in a giant robot. It's a very funny and good time. And they put out, you know, the phenomenal Soulsborne series, and then recently Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, which is one of my favorite games of the past couple years. So I have really high hopes for this new, really big, ambitious action RPG they're crafting with George R.R. Martin Elden Ring. And I can't wait to play that for you guys and experience it for the first time with y'all. I have to say, we've had a lot of fun on this channel over the past couple months, but this is easily my favorite playthrough because I got to share one of my favorite games with you guys. And yeah, just what a game. And yeah, we get to start a brand new playthrough with all the enemies, all the bosses having greatly buffed stats, but with us keeping most of our stuff. We're gonna leave it here. I might do some New Game Plus streams later, but not right now. No, instead, we're going to take a few days probably to play through those Azure Striker Gunvolt games that, again, I don't know much about, except, like, it's a Mega Man or Mega Man X inspired little duology where your enemies, the bosses, are like employees of this high-end, very like public-focused and positive media corporation that like produced J-pop and things like that. So it's gonna be a wacky, fun time. Really look forward to that. I'm not so good at games like Mega Man, so don't expect the kind of proficiency I've shown here. And of course, I just have to like take a minute to laugh at this. The one time we get like the smallest audience across an entire playthrough is the one game known for its difficulty that I actually manage a decent performance on. The children's platformers leave me screaming and cursing at like an audience of near like, you know, 6-7 people. But there's nobody needs to see. But seriously, if you're catching this after the fact as a VOD on YouTube, or if you've been a part of this experience with us, either live in our audience, active in chat, or just watching along, if you've been here on Twitch, no matter how you're engaging with this, I want to thank you guys so much for sharing yourselves and your time with me. It means more than you'll ever know, especially as lockdown continues to drag on, and it looks like the US is going to be in this for the long haul. I'm glad to be able to do something, no matter how minor, to share some joy, or at least some levity with others. And hopefully, once I go back to school and work and all those things in about a month and a half, I'll still be able to do this, if not daily, 2-3 times a week, something like that, and probably longer streams. That's what I'm thinking. Thank you guys so much, and we'll see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. again. I kind of like 2 p.m. I'm so sorry, I'm getting used to this. I like the 2 p.m. schedule, because that way I can take care of housework and the like in the evenings. For more streams, we're going to be taking on Azure Striker Gunvolt. And until then, well, thank you all. Hold on, where is it? There we go. Thank you all so much for watching Dark Souls Remastered. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and goodbye.